This story tells of a world that has undergone very serious changes. Now, huge monsters have appeared in this world that can send you to the other world at any moment. The main character of our story is a guy named John, and now he is in mortal danger. He had to get a weapon and show true courage to stay alive. It all happened very quickly, but with the help of his bravery, he was able to kill the monster. In this world, this should come as no surprise. Battles with monsters have become commonplace. John works as a cleaner. He has to pick up monsters after they are killed. He was reminded that he shouldn't fight monsters and asked to do his job. After the abyss opened, everything around changed, because a huge number of monsters live in this dimension. After the discovery of the abyss, an extraordinary power awakened in people, with the help of which humanity began to destroy monsters and conquer the abyss. Because of all this, people are now judged not by their human qualities, but by their rank of awakening. If you have a high rank, then a good life is guaranteed to you. John was not lucky enough to get a high rank. He is an ordinary cleaner who carries the things of the awakened. He has not been able to awaken his extraordinary abilities, so until that happens, he will remain second-rate. John is 35 years old. He found something and called the awakened for help, but no one answered him. Looking around, he realized that he was the very last one left. Within seconds, he felt something huge and terrifying approaching behind him. Looking more closely, John saw a legendary monster of the highest rank, called Asmodeus. The guy immediately started panicking and screaming in fear, except for the knife. He had no weapons. Using his power, Asmodeus quickly disarmed the boy and caused him to suffer from pain. After that, strange things started happening. Instead of ripping off the boy's head, the monster directed the force of its energy at him. John looked at him and couldn't understand what kind of death this was. Why he was dying exactly like that was incomprehensible. The boy's parents died in a car accident a long time ago, after which John had a difficult childhood. He was constantly insulted at school. Everyone ignored him for the rest of his life. He was not awakened, and such people are called second class. At first, John thought he was going to die, but then he began to realize that the monster didn't want to kill him. All the conditions for awakening were met. The boy's internal energy increased tenfold. Soon he saw before him a golden staircase and a snow-white deity. He looked back and realized that Asmodeus had stopped. The monster had given up on killing John. This tall white creature started talking to the boy, probably because of him. This white man is called the King, but it doesn't matter now because he came to give John power. The guy looked at him and couldn't understand anything. It felt like it was all just a dream. The king asked to believe his words. He recognized John's persistence and desire and decided to choose him. The guy still couldn't understand anything. He didn't even realize what opportunities were opening up before him. The king assured that later, John would understand why all this had happened. Then they would meet again. John lost consciousness, and only after a while did he open his eyes and see familiar faces in front of him. As soon as he tried to get to his feet, he immediately received a strong blow to the face. The guy in the middle is called James. He's a high school bully who constantly bullied John. It is still unclear how James ended up here, whether everything that happened was just a dream. Only a little later did John realize that this was indeed reality. And the most interesting thing was that he had returned 16 years ago. Now he is a young high school student again. He is 19 years old and his rank is EF. After he realized that he now had the power the king had spoken of, he immediately began to laugh. The hooligans could not understand the reason for his laughter. It seemed as if he had completely lost his mind. At this point, John finally decided to use his power and strength and struck back. All of this was so powerful that James would definitely get a concussion. Now there was no doubt that John had truly become awakened. His life would never be the same again. The hooligans decided to take revenge for their friend and seriously beat John. All this time they considered him weak and constantly mocked him. But now that will be a thing of the past. His skills and characteristics have grown. Now he can safely defend himself. Throughout his past life, he tried to do everything he could, but he remained unawakened, so he was very weak. Of course, he tried to train as well as learn information about the abyss and monsters. He went to martial arts training and collected data on various skills. That's why he's now confident that he won't lose to these two fools who don't know the basics of fighting. It's time to enjoy revenge. Now he will be the main character, as he always dreamed of. He easily beat the bullies and told them that they should improve their skills. At this moment, James regained consciousness. He could not believe that John had awakened. It looks like we're in for a new round of battle, and this time it should be much more interesting. The stone skin technique strengthens the body with stone. But John knows about it and is ready to skillfully defend himself against any attacks. With active defense, you need to anticipate your opponent's future actions, which is easy if you are alert. and have a high level of reaction. James always insulted John, but that was in a past life, so now this tradition needs to be stopped. The battle between them really resembles the battle of David and Goliath. It is something very large-scale and personal. John has withstood all of his opponent's attacks. Now it's time to finally avenge all of these insults. He quickly approached James and delivered a powerful blow with his right hand. It seems that even this is not enough to defeat another awakened guy with strong characteristics. James easily defended against the attack and struck back. The fight turned out to be very competitive. After John became awakened, he thought that now he could easily defeat everyone around him, but that's not entirely true. James still doesn't believe that John has become awakened. He believes that it was all just an act. And now John will start running away again, as usual. So far, it doesn't look like John is looking for an opportunity to escape. Maybe in a past life he always did that. But now, everything has changed. All awakened ones gain skills and rank F. At this level, you are almost no different from an ordinary person. But if you constantly progress, you can reach rank S. And then a person becomes a real monster. John received the Predator skill, a skill few people know about, and he has a weak rank. His opponent has a much higher rank, but for some reason this whole situation doesn't quite follow the classic scenario. John feels no fear at all and remains confident that he can win. At this moment, he activated his Predator aura. Honestly, it looks very powerful. Finally, James realized that his rival had really become awakened. It was hard for him to believe, because John had always been the weakest in school. The skills of a predator can turn a person into a real monster. John already feels how magic obeys him. It's hard for him to understand what's happening, which is strange because he's not nervous at all. James approached to deliver the killing blow, but at that moment the predator's aura stopped him. The stone skin technique didn't work. All those stones were destroyed in a matter of seconds. At school, they didn't even suspect what was happening in the backyard. It seemed like a normal school day. That was until strong red magic created an artificial solar eclipse. Within minutes, James, who had recently been extremely confident in his own abilities, was lying on the ground unconscious. The devouring is complete. As a result of absorbing the target, John was able to increase his rank. He also received a new technique. Now he can also use stone skin. So John can destroy his rivals, take away their strength and skills. That's what it means to be a predator. After this whole situation, he went to the medical center to save the hooligans from death. There he was met by a very beautiful girl. Her name was Kitty, and she looked very surprised. Within a few seconds, she started yelling at John. It's not hard to guess that he was the one who beat these guys. After the battle, he took all these hooligans to the medical center to be examined. The nurse healed his injuries with her healing skills. John decided to lie to Katie and told her that he had fallen off a ladder, which is why he had all these injuries. After the treatment was completed, he was able to safely return home. Today is truly a wonderful day. He not only became awakened, but also took revenge on his enemies. Now he is a predator. His rank, which he was unable to raise by training all his past life, changed after the first battle. It may be an F rank technique, but the power of this technique is at least C rank. And now John can absorb other people's skills. He doesn't understand why the White King gave him such power. He now has a lot of questions and almost no answers. Now all he has to do is try to find out more information about the predator. He hasn't been home for a long time, so he's glad to see his home again. After his parents died in a car accident, he stayed with his uncle. John went into the house and decided to find information about the predator and similar skills. He was very surprised when he saw that there was already someone in the room. These guys didn't look friendly. John immediately recognized this young man. His name was Robert. He should be at school at this moment, but right now he is at home trying to find money. John remembers that in the past, Robert wanted to make friends with other bandits, which is probably why he took this money from the house and got into serious trouble. It's hard to believe that this was just this day, and it looks like John might have a problem right now. John looked more closely and realized that the main bandit was Robert's cousin. His name was Michael. He approached John and said that they didn't want any problems. They would just take the money and leave peacefully. Robert is also sure that he is faced with an ordinary second-rate guy who has not awakened. John knows he can't let them go in peace. This is the perfect moment to check something out. He immediately took action and struck the first powerful blow, a turn of events none of the bandits expected. They were as shocked as Michael. It all happened incredibly fast, so for a while they were even confused. John wasn't going to stop. He felt he had the opportunity to do what he had planned. The guy tried to activate the Predator skill. This will help him learn more about his strengths. The problem is that the Predator skill was unavailable at that very moment. Now John is starting to panic noticeably. He definitely didn't expect this, so he doesn't know what to do. A small pause was enough for Michael to strike him back with a powerful blow. This right hook was very strong and hit the chin. It's called a knockdown. After that, he ordered his assistants to attack this miserable snotty with him. Each of them has their own special techniques and strengths, all of which John will experience firsthand. The chain technique, the poison technique, and the bleeding technique. All of these are very unpleasant even for an awakened person. In just a few seconds, he will encounter these three forces simultaneously, so he needs to act very quickly. There was a big explosion in this building. At first, it wasn't even clear what exactly caused it. The bandits lost sight of John for a while, but they were sure that this fool was already dead. Michael couldn't believe that someone who wasn't awakened could pretend to be awakened. Something like that should be punished, even young guys. After that, it became noticeable that John was still alive, and it seemed he was ready to use his skills. Now, the chain technique, poison, and bleeding are confirmed by his internal system, and he can also apply these skills. Thanks to the mystical power, the resistance was obtained. So the Predator missed an important moment, but then neutralized the opponent's attack. At first, John didn't understand what was happening, but he decided to trust his instincts and go on the attack. Now it's Michael's turn to admit that John has become awakened. You can't play games with this guy anymore because he has become too powerful. Within a few minutes, all the bandits in the room were neutralized. They were not even able to inflict serious injuries on their opponent. He learned two things. The status window can only be seen by the awakened, and information is displayed there, but not completely. There was no shortage of mana, but the Predator still didn't activate, so there's something other than mana in the activation conditions. The passive effect of the Predator is not specified in the description. It neutralizes all negative effects, such as bleeding or poison. Robert couldn't understand what was happening. He fell to his knees and started screaming and crying. He finally saw the incredible side of John, so now his cousin Robert apologizes for his actions. He is ready to lick shoes or even bark, whatever the elder John says. It was after this that Robert began to bark like a dog. Strange behavior, even despite the boy's young age. John is not thinking about his cousin at all right now, because something much more important is going to happen soon. He is ready to forgive Robert, but on condition that he goes with him because they have something to do together. Let's move to a restricted area, where you can't enter without special permission. There you can see two women and a man. They are watching something very large-scale. So a gate breach has occurred. This is a phenomenon when a path opens for monsters from the abyss. If nothing is done, it will all turn into a disaster. It's been 10 years since the last dungeon disaster. This time the gate appeared unexpectedly and monsters began to crawl out. Considering the monsters, if nothing is done, the disaster team will only have a little time left, and it may be necessary to evacuate the areas. This man with glasses is called David. He said that evacuation is not necessary because he can activate the barrier skill. In addition, the rank of these enemies is quite low, which means that the monsters that can appear from this abyss are not very dangerous. Even if an unforeseen crisis occurs, high-ranking awakened warriors will be able to protect the breakthrough. After that, David destroyed one of the monsters with just a kick. This already shows his true level. This awakened one has a B rank. Meanwhile, John and Robert were hurrying. John told his cousin that the HR manager should be there by now. From the very beginning, the mana of this gate is at C rank. The personnel who must come to the gate are at B rank. A huge number of monsters had already been destroyed at the gate to the abyss. This seemed strange because they shouldn't have broken through the B rank barrier. So something was wrong here. David began to feel that the mana coming out of this abyss was of a higher rank than his own. These monsters look much more powerful than they should be. We must admit that the situation is getting out of control. It is already noticeable that David is losing confidence. He no longer understands this situation so well. Monsters destroy his barrier, and each subsequent monster seems stronger than the previous one. Soon, the B-rank barrier was completely destroyed. Now monsters can enter this world without hindrance. They are led by an ogre, a rank A giant, a huge monster who is not going to talk to anyone. He came to destroy, and is ready to burn everything in his path, even high-ranking awakened heroes. John had already told his cousin that the situation could get out of control because the monsters from the abyss would prove stronger than expected. Robert didn't believe the whole story. It seemed to him that John couldn't know about it in advance. There are no monsters around, and there is no evacuation of people. But John saw this in a past life, so he is confident in his actions. He told his cousin that his intuition told him so, meaning he decided not to tell the truth. Soon there was no doubt left. A pack of people was approaching them, fleeing from the monsters. Now we can officially say that the gates have been breached. Monsters from the abyss have entered this world. Now Robert will finally trust his older brother. He will probably now treat his intuition differently. John asked Robert to stay behind and promised to destroy these monsters with his power. Information about the potential disaster spread very quickly throughout the city. Everyone already knows that the situation is very tense. The breach of the gate turned out to be more dangerous than expected. It is impossible to send reinforcements. All the special forces are busy in the dungeons or exploring the abyss. Now humanity's only hope is the awakened rank A. He must come out and protect the people. Such a warrior is already here. He is called the Sword of Madness, Richard. He is an awakened rank A. He is ready to come and save humanity, even despite his peculiarity, namely the 8th grader syndrome. The monsters had already killed a large number of people and destroyed many buildings, but now John began to stop them. With the help of his extraordinary abilities, he began to destroy large numbers of these ugly creatures. Now he guessed why his predator technique didn't work before. It was because he was tired. But now he feels much better. Most skills use mana, but that doesn't mean you only need to worry about this property. We must not forget about potential fatigue. It increases if you use skills or move. Once fatigue reaches 70%, the strength of skills decreases and the body becomes heavier. It's hard to think about all this at once, but John can absorb the bodies of monsters and thereby restore his mother's supply. Very quickly, this awakened guy raised his rank. Now he is a Predator, rank D. The more he uses the Predator skill, the stronger he becomes. At this rate, he will even be able to reach the highest rank, the first in history. Soon the deed was done and the boy decided to return to his cousin. It was at this moment that he heard a commotion on the mountain, looked up, and saw the battle between the awakened and the monster. This is Richard fighting against the ogre. He wants to kill this creature and avenge the souls of the people who died. The Warrior of Justice, also called the Sword of Madness, is ready to administer justice. John watched all this silently and could not understand anything. This battle was really very interesting because Richard fought against a very strong monster. The sounds and explosions could be heard and seen in other areas of the city. John had never seen anything like it with his own eyes. It felt like he was in some superhero movie. Seeing how this guy defeated a powerful monster, he guessed that he was watching an awakened rank A. It was he who in a past life stopped the breakthrough of monsters at these gates. The Sword of Madness, Richard. Now you can really be sure that he is as strong as they say, but he is also very stupid, due to the 8th grader syndrome. In any case, he saved people, although John does not understand why Richard is here. Before his regression, he fought an ogre in another part of the city. But now things have changed a bit. John carefully observed this unique character and sensed the use of the skill. But after a few seconds, something unexpected happened. Someone approached from behind and struck a fatal blow with a sword. Richard did not foresee such a scenario at all. He did not feel the approach of his opponent, and now he is forced to spit on his own blood. It was a very insidious blow. It's a lot like sweet revenge, but it's not exactly a monster. The arrival of monsters to the city caused huge problems for people. Meanwhile, Robert was near Nurse Ketty, who was also nearly injured in the accident. He watched and couldn't believe that this was really reality. It all seemed like a terrible dream. His older brother warned that a huge number of people would die today, and Ketty would also be among them. She will die because she will help other people instead of evacuating the city. That's why John asked his cousin to put Katie to sleep, using the sleep skill, and evacuate her. John promised to do everything else. He would try to deal with the monsters on his own. It is not known how the older brother was able to find out about all this, but Robert fulfilled his request and saved the nurse. Robert tried to understand how his older brother was able to see the future. Perhaps he was awakened with the skill of foresight. John immediately said that this was not the case, but Robert still wanted to believe it. Meanwhile, John was observing some really interesting and important events in the world. He already realized that everything wasn't going quite according to plan, because in his past life, events had happened somewhat differently. Seriously wounded by the Sword of Madness, Richard ordered his enemy to reveal himself. It turned out that Richard remains alive even with his vital organs punctured, which is amazing. This probably means that rank A is on a completely different level, but in front of him is a rank B opponent. He is called Han Sando. His main strength is stealth. Awakened ones who have committed a crime are called thieves, and Han Sando is one of them. This is a deadly maniac who, while breaking through the gate, killed people and enjoyed it. Surprisingly, John is sure that in a past life these two never met each other. It seems that the future has changed because of John and his skills. This may lead to unexpected events that did not happen in the past life. A real battle has begun between the Sword of Madness and the Khan. The awakened hero wants to punish the thief. He was close to his goal, but at that moment something like an earthquake happened. Later, it turned out that the huge giant ogre was still alive and had no intention of finishing his performance. He is ready to rise up and continue destroying the world and leading other monsters after him. This is exactly the kind of incredible regeneration you would expect from a high-ranking monster. There's nothing surprising about it. Now, the thief and Richard must forget about their enmity for a while, because they have much more serious problems. Khan decided to forget about Richard and leave him for the giant. The monster should do all the dirty work for him. Soon the Khan turned around and realized that there had been an extra observer here all this time. He saw John. The boy remained calm and barely moved. This maniac liked it. He believes that the more people he kills, the better for humanity. It was at this moment that John realized that he was in trouble. Han Sando was not at all a gift for any awakened person. If he is not stopped in time, this crazy maniac can create serious problems for anyone. The guy activated the stone skin skill in time and protected his neck from the sword. After that, he delivered a powerful kick to the opponent's jaw in the style of Jackie Chan. Now the Khan realized that he was fighting an awakened being, but this did not scare him at all. That was until John gave his name and rank, making it clear that he knew who the Khan was. A psychopath who loves to kill people, for which he uses the skill of stealth. John is very pleased that they finally met. With his skills, he is ready to fight such a strong opponent. With the help of his swords, the Khan immediately began to attack. He had not tasted human blood for a long time. While it is difficult for him to penetrate the stone defense of the John, this technique is an excellent shield against swords. Each of them tried to avoid serious injuries and deliver an aimed blow to their opponent. Soon, the Khan recognized that John was a fairly skilled military commander, enough to be confident in his own abilities. He didn't expect that his swords wouldn't help kill this guy. He needed to have additional weapons in the future. In any case, the Khan knows that he won't lose to some scumbag. He came to kill, not lose. He is sure that the world will soon be completely plunged into darkness, and then he will be able to do whatever he pleases. It was after these words that he activated the stealth skill. Now he is difficult to see. It was with this skill that he became very famous in the past timeline. It is unlikely that this will change the picture of the battle, because in any case, the Khan's attacks do not help break through the stone skin. John was sure he would defend himself, but he greatly underestimated the skill of an unpredictable attack. Because you don't know where and when your enemy team will attack, you can't defend yourself skillfully. Very quickly, John felt that his stone skin was not as perfect a protection as he had previously thought. Khan laughed and said that he had killed hundreds of such boys in his lifetime, who believed that their skills would make them invincible warriors. Realizing their weakness, they immediately become frightened and die from the desire to escape. In the last minutes of their lives, they are incredibly scared of everything. Khan made it clear to John that any technique has its weaknesses. Every warrior should know this. John really looks very weak now. He is noticeably tired and has suffered several injuries. He should have immediately understood that even stone skin has flaws. Now he could pay dearly for this mistake. Stone skin does not block the impact completely. The incredible shock breaks the stone, and the destroyed part is replaced by a stone with less strength. Khan Sando tried to achieve this from the very beginning. This was his cunning plan. In any case, now John is absolutely sure that he can withstand a one-on-one fight against rank B. His physical abilities are far above average, and he is confident that he will force his opponent to surrender. Han believes that John has lost his mind and is ready to punish him for his excessive self-confidence. John explained that all this time he had been dreaming of meeting Khan Sando for a reason. Ever since his past life, he has always dreamed of taking his stealth skill for himself, and finally, he has such a chance. Han began to panic when he felt this eerie aura of a predator. He realized that John had been hiding his power all this time. Deciding to become invisible again and attack, the thief is sure that you can't defeat an opponent you can't see. He must have forgotten his own words about every skill having its weaknesses. John also realized this when he was consuming monsters, some of which were constantly disappearing from his field of vision. This happened again and again, but in the end the predator still caught up with each of them. This means that wherever the Khan hides, wherever he runs, the predator will catch him no matter what. As soon as the predator's skill grabs its prey, it sucks all the life juices out of it and takes away all the energy and strength. The difficult night ended, and soon the sun reappeared in the sky. Among the wreckage and dead bodies of monsters, the hero could be seen. He was still alive. Unfortunately, these were his last seconds of life. Even the hero of justice, the invincible warrior Richard, could not defeat death. He lost consciousness due to exhaustion. The huge giant turned out to be much stronger than the Sword of Madness. He swung to deliver the final blow and send Richard to hell. It seemed that nothing could be done. But after this blow, the giant realized that he had not killed the hero. This could only mean one thing. John came to save the Sword of Madness. With each opponent he kills, he becomes stronger and more confident in his own abilities. So now he is ready to challenge even the Titans. Soon, all the bad things will be over, at least for a while, so humanity can rest a little. The door of the house opened and the frightened parents began to cry with happiness. They saw that their son Robert was still alive and unharmed. He came with John. Soon they told what had happened and how they had managed to survive the disaster. Soon, all the news was about the huge goal breach, which had occurred for the first time in 10 years. According to government statements, the current threat of a breach of the gate has been completely neutralized. Given the possibility of a second outbreak, the government ordered nearby schools to close for a week. Those who survived can safely recover physically and mentally, and treatment in hospitals is completely free. Most people were shocked by what happened, but police, doctors, and psychologists tried to help them. Everyone believed that it was the Sword of Madness that Richard defeated the Titan Killer, but he kept saying that a completely different guy did it, so he wasn't the real hero. The body of the huge ogre giant was not found, just as no one knows the identity of the thief who attacked people during the disaster. People are concerned that security measures may be insufficient, but the government has assured them that it is monitoring the situation. John was pleased that there was no mention of him during the breaking news. That was exactly what he wanted. Now, after he had rested a bit, it was time to take the next step. Now John has 3 techniques. After receiving stealth, he is very happy. Of course, at his current level, it is impossible to use all 3 of these skills at the same time because he does not have enough mana and stamina. The best solution to this problem may be potions and their use. Potions are coma elixirs that are created for various purposes, such as restoring mana and fatigue. Of course, these elixirs are quite expensive, which means you have to earn money. Of course, in order to officially hunt monsters, you need permission from the state. Even using skills is considered illegal without permission. John is left only to clear the dungeons that have not been explored before. The monsters were surprised to see that a mortal dared to come to them. Hard to believe that he was able to find them so easily. They decided to paralyze him and eat him for dinner. It turned out that these monsters can talk well. John came to the Spider Sisters at rank B. Their rank is not enough for him to change his level, and that's bad. The monsters got angry when they saw that he didn't understand the situation he was in, and said that now he would regret being born into this world. They want to make him suffer for a long time and then eat him. Not a bad plan. The monsters thought they would easily destroy him, but thanks to his mystical power, he was able to resist their energy attack. He realized that they had useful skills, which meant he wanted to take this power for himself. Soon the Spider Sisters realized that this guy was not such an easy opponent, but it was too late. After a few minutes, very loud screams could be heard from this dungeon. The hunt has been completed, and the new paralysis skill has been registered. So now let's move on to the new South Korean Players Association. Respected persons have gathered there. A meeting is taking place in the most important office of the building. This is Charles. He is the deputy head, a member of the new South Korean Players Association. The player is an awakened being who is allowed to use their skills for various purposes, such as exploring the abyss or clearing a dungeon. Currently, there are 5 centers of such players in South Korea. All of them are considered special. There are also the largest Korean guilds, 4 of them, and they all have incredible power. Indivisible fighters, master alchemists, sorcerers, and informants. These are the 4 main guilds. Of course, there is also an agency that manages the players, including the 4 major guilds. This is the agency of the new Players Association. Right now, the head of the Night Wanderers Guild, a rank S player, is sitting at this table. Also next to her is a representative of the new South Korean Players Association, Master Joseph. Mary told me what she learned about the Thieves Guild, a criminal organization founded by the country's most vicious thieves. Members of this guild wear gold rings with 3 skulls, and the list of players these thieves are hunting is already known. Mary is sure that she was not called here to personally deliver the documents. Joseph laughed and said that he wanted to hear her opinion on an interesting topic. He decided to ask her when she passed the player test, and Mary replied that it was at the age of 19. This girl was visibly surprised and did not understand what her old acquaintance was hinting at. Joseph smiled because he wondered if a high school player could fight a monster. Meanwhile, John destroyed the monsters and enjoyed the treasures he found in their cave. Then he decided to call one of the 4 largest guilds, the Alchemists, and said he wanted to buy some potions. The week-long school closure due to the gate disaster is over, and students have returned to normal life. During this week, John was able to improve his strength and helped his cousin improve his endurance skills. After that, he went to another dungeon and successfully cleared it. This helped him collect a huge number of magic stones, so he went to the Alchemist Guild. They were very surprised when they saw what John brought with him. They immediately treated him like a customer. John has also already reached rank C, but despite all this, he still has a long way to go. It's strange that with all his characteristics, he still has to go to school. It's extremely boring. There was already a lot of wonder around him. Some learned that he was able to beat James and his friends without support. The disciples could not understand whether John was able to wake up, but they were sure that big problems awaited him in the future. It's very simple. Everyone knows that Thomas will not leave this situation without his intervention. They haven't seen John in a long time. It must be said right away that Thomas is an awakened S rank. Thomas is the leader of the Tayson High School gang. The Tayson Group Chable is a large corporation that sponsors the high school. This means that this guy here is a really influential person who has the necessary connections and power. Few people know, but James and his men attacked John precisely at the request of Thomas. They tried to destroy him physically and mentally, and it lasted for many years. Thomas did this because John was still not awake. He had no other motives. Now Thomas has come to talk to this guy, about whom there have been a lot of rumors lately. One of his men decided to intervene in the conversation and started yelling at John. He quickly regretted his actions after Thomas broke his nose with his left fist. This guy probably doesn't like it when someone interrupts him during a conversation. Thomas knows that after defeating James, John is very confident in his own abilities. But this does not mean that now he has additional power in this school and can do whatever he wants. John was surprised because it was the first time he had seen the magical power of an awakened S-class. He had to admit that it really looked very powerful. Surprisingly, John is not going to show his excitement. He remains very calm. The guy is probably wondering what will happen when such a serious warrior as Thomas meets a real predator. At this moment, their conversation was interrupted again. This time it was Linda. She ordered Thomas to stop and leave John alone. Then she looked at John and also ordered him to calm down and not provoke the situation. Linda is the class president. She comes from a wealthy family, is also in the S rank, studies almost perfectly and has incredible prospects. She is called a real diamond, to be honest. Linda is called differently, but everyone knows that it is better not to joke with her. When problems arise, she is ready to put the bad guys in their place, straight and dirty. Thomas laughed and said that there was some kind of misunderstanding, because it was just a normal conversation between two friends. Linda replied that she understood the whole situation, and she didn't need to tell all these tales. There was tension between them. Thomas didn't like it when girls taught him about life. Linda warned him that if he didn't step back and leave now, she would help him do it, so he had no other choice. John, meanwhile, calmly watched this, hoping that it would all end without conflict. Soon it happened. Thomas admitted that he was wrong, turned around and walked away. He was not going to fight either Lind or John. Probably all these are just words. He decided to distract this girl from his real actions. After that, he turned around and activated the power of flame to attack strongly and violently. At that moment, the students heard a familiar voice, an urgent message from the principal. A special lecture will be held in the main hall of the Players Association. All students must gather in the main hall immediately. The principal repeated these words several more times. This happened right at the moment of conflict between the students. Linda remained calm and was ready to repel any enemy attack. This girl is truly special. Thomas said she was very lucky, turned around and left the classroom. After that, Linda returned and decided to make sure that everything was okay with John, and he didn't have time to be beaten. The girl wanted to say that he might not thank her, but she saw that he was no longer in his place either. John said they needed to hurry up and gather in the main hall, so there was no time for idle talk. His quick actions and confident speech were something strange. He was completely different before. Soon, all the students from the school decided to go to the main hall to watch a special lecture. This lecture was organized by the Players Association, so everyone was very interested in understanding why they were brought together, perhaps because of the breach of the Abyss Gates. Soon the students were greeted by the Assistant Director of Personnel for the Players Association. His name is Charles. We've seen him before. There are two reasons why he gathered all the students in this hall today. Of course, one of those reasons is the lack of response to the breach of the gate. The Players Association's safety training and accountability is also important. But there's another reason. For those of you who are responsible for the future of a new Korea, we are announcing changes to the player exam. Some students weren't really listening to Charles. For example, Thomas was now focused on getting revenge on John. Linda was also thinking about John. She decided to find out more about this guy later. Meanwhile, he had no idea who was interested in his persona. John already wanted to finish his studies as soon as possible and clear a new dungeon again. The other students were surprised that the player's exam had anything to do with them. Usually only people over the age of 19 take it. This means that most students should not take this exam this year, but Charles came to give recommendations. Recently, an unexpected event occurred, a breach of the gate, due to a sharp increase in the number of monsters in dungeons. The Players Association admits that they are now short of skilled warriors, so starting this year they plan to change their rules. They plan to allow even high school students to receive recommendations, and that's a bold decision. The recommendations for each school include testing aptitude, grades, and behavior, and they plan to select the best among the students. John is sure that this is all a cunning lie, that high school students can really take this exam, but the selection has already begun. This is the skill of Master Charles. He knows how to identify talents with the help of the observer's gaze. He only needs to look at the students and he immediately sees their potential and capabilities. This ability allows you to quantify a large number of the abilities of the person you are looking at, and even learn information about the player when you concentrate. The numbers here are much better than in other places, so Charles is confident that the future lies ahead for the players and members of his association. He had already seen special talents among these young students, and it only took him a few minutes to do so. Charles immediately drew attention to Thomas's characteristics. This guy could not go unnoticed. Of course, Linda is the best of all. Maybe Charles knew about her talent even before he came to this school. He received a list of recommended targets from the Night Wanderers, but even they didn't expect that this school had such talents. Thomas raised his hand and decided to address Charles, a rather bold decision from a student. It turned out that Thomas was curious about whether there were students who were not at all suitable for the role of a player. The player exam is a test that determines whether one of the awakened has the right to become a professional player. This means that the unawakened should not listen to all these stories, because they have no chance of becoming players. A player is not only about his strength, of course there is also the rank of the awakened one, the ability to cope with different situations, and knowledge of the abyss. All of these complex abilities must be tested for a person to be eligible to become a player. But first, any person must become awakened in order to have prospects. Thomas believes that the unawakened who hear all these recommendations may suffer. Of course, he laughs and looks at John when the words are spoken. After his speech, he probably wants to understand whether John has woken up or whether he is still second class. Linda intervened again and tried to protect the boy. She started yelling at Thomas and telling him to shut up. John doesn't understand her behavior. He didn't ask to help himself. He doesn't need protection anymore. Charles understands what this student is talking about, but attending this lecture is up to each student. Thomas mocks John. He is sure that John will not be able to get recommendations because he is still unawakened. Of course, everyone can show their abilities and prove their skills, so everyone has a chance to become a player. But John doesn't necessarily have to do it in person to get a letter of recommendation. He just has to remember that he's being watched all this time. Soon, Charles sensed that among all these students, another potential super talent had emerged. The master has paid attention to him. He knows that his students consider him unawakened, but his potential level is currently unknown. It is impossible to confirm the information, but it seems that this student has learned to hide his abilities. This surprised even Charles because he usually easily sees students everywhere. John decided to admit that he really wasn't a very smart guy. He agrees that if you are not awakened, there is no point in listening to all these lectures. It is just a waste of time. That's why he wants to leave this hall and leave John and all his friends to listen to the master. Thomas did not expect such impudent behavior. It was noticeable that he was incredibly angry. Charles was very surprised that his observer's perspective didn't work 100%. This had never happened before until he met this unknown guy. He was still shocked that his internal system could not confirm the information. So this student is truly special, although his current level and skills remain questionable. Everyone will be shocked to learn that this guy, previously considered unawakened, is at an incredible level and has enormous potential. John left the main hall and decided to go to the school library. He decided to use his free time to search for information about the White King who had given him this power. Soon he saw 3 boys approaching him. They must have been looking for him for a long time. They said that Thomas wanted to see him, and to do so he had to follow them. Of course, John wasn't going to do what they told him to do. He said he didn't want to see anyone and continued reading books. At that moment, these guys reminded him that he runs his aunt's restaurant, and that completely changed the nature of the conversation. Thomas asked to convey that he knew that John had no parents left, so he could make his aunt's life difficult at any moment. The guys tried to calm John down and assure him that they would still make him go to Thomas. These fools didn't even realize that they had angered John too much. They shouldn't have threatened his loved ones. After just a few seconds, they regretted their decision, and he would teach them how to have conversations properly. Now John told each of them how to behave and decided to find out where Thomas was now. As soon as John learned the location of his rival, he immediately went to him, to the school gym. He met Thomas there. He was not alone. There was another awakened man next to him. This man immediately informed Thomas that he felt a strong aura in this room. It was a rank A hunter, Thomas's bodyguard, whose name was Hundo. His opponent analysis technique doesn't work, which means they're facing an awakened rank A. Thomas laughed because he realized that John was awake after all, so now they could talk as friends. He explained that he didn't really intend to do anything bad to John's loved ones, but rather just wanted to find out more information about him. After graduating, he plans to create a guild, but even a genius like him can't do it all alone. To do this, he needs the right people around him, not losers like James, but truly talented students. Of course he means John, the guy he didn't recognize 5 minutes ago. He asked John to forget about old grievances and become friends. This would give him the opportunity to earn a lot of money and become famous. His family can also escape a life of poverty, so in this situation, everyone wins. John activated the stone skin skill and said that all these words were worthless. He believes that Thomas is an ordinary, understandable fool who needs to be taught a lesson long ago. Thomas is ready for battle. He is still incredibly confident and therefore wants to show this dog his place. Space is a barrier skill that surrounds space with a shield. The magical powers inside the shield cannot be felt outside. With this technique, the fight between these two students will not be known to other people at school. So this means that they can both start testing each other's abilities and finally resolve their conflict. Each of them is incredibly motivated and confident that the truth is on their side. John immediately felt that his opponent was very strong. This fight would not end in 2 seconds. One mistake could lead to a fatal outcome. John knew what he was getting into. He is suffering now because his lack of experience is affecting this battle, but that doesn't mean he should give up and admit defeat. Thomas laughs out loud or feels that the initiative is on his side. He hopes that now John recognizes that he is the best speaker. It's funny to watch Hundo calmly watch this fight, as if he were in a movie theater. Looking at all this fire, he felt sorry for John. Maybe this guy didn't deserve such a cruel death. He's probably jumping to conclusions too soon, because John isn't going to lose yet and is ready for the second round. The battle between these two talents could go down in school history, but unfortunately no one will see it except the Hundo. They really deserve each other. Each has their own strengths and weaknesses, but the desire to win makes them potential champions. With each passing minute, the initiative slipped from Thomas's hands, and it was clear that John was finally feeling his own rhythm of battle. He began to act more decisively, skillfully defending himself from his opponent's attacks and delivering powerful counterattacks. His last left hook was really powerful and caused Thomas to get a concussion. His personal bodyguard couldn't believe he was actually seeing all this with his own eyes. He believed that Thomas was the greatest talent in this country. But now it is becoming obvious that this is not entirely true. Thomas can't get up, he can't move at all. So John's skills aren't limited to just a skin made of stone. Meanwhile, John was incredibly happy that he had finally managed to beat this impudent guy. There are only 3 skills that John received thanks to the Predator: stone skin, invisibility, and paralysis. John didn't use all of these skills from the beginning. There were reasons for all of this. Paralysis cannot easily defeat an S-rank opponent. Invisibility is quickly destroyed by a wide range of fire attacks. Predator is the last chance to win, but this technique cannot save lives every time. That is why his goal was to accumulate paralysis in his opponent during close combat. The status reduction skill has a greater effect if it is reinforced with a direct hit, rather than being used at a long distance. In other words, if paralysis is applied several times in a row, it can paralyze even a high-ranking opponent. Each blow added new cracks to Thomas's wall of defense until the wall was completely destroyed. This is how this guy was able to defeat one of the most talented students in the school. Jundo thinks it's incredible. His master was defeated in a direct confrontation. It's beyond any expectations. Now Thomas is ready to admit that he underestimated his opponent too much. Otherwise, he would not have been beaten by such a fool as John. Now, with the help of his crystal, he wants to take revenge and avenge his shameful defeat. He summoned the aura of a huge fiery skeleton and said that he would be a worthy opponent. It seemed that Thomas needed to be hospitalized, but he was able to recover and is ready for the second part of the fight. John understands that he will not be able to hold off such a strong enemy, so he decides to flee. He can only strike back after defending himself from the large skeleton's attack. This battle is not exactly even, but no one sees it. There are no judges here, so you can do whatever you want. Soon, a huge explosion occurred. If not for the protective barrier, these two could have destroyed the entire school. John was injured and fell to the ground, and now he is in a really difficult situation. Thomas uses the fiery heart skill. This is his true form. In normal human form, it would be difficult to activate this skill, but Thomas had activated the magic enhancement stone before that. This magical stone is also called the monster's heart. It is a product obtained through processing. To put it simply, with the help of this stone, Thomas received enhanced magical power, but only temporarily. Now Thomas is fully capable of unleashing his power and strength, meaning John is unlikely to be able to defeat him while this skill is active. Hundo knew that this technique had its drawbacks, so he began to beg his master to stop and not kill John. This magical power is too strong for Thomas. He may not be able to cope and lose control. His heart may not be able to withstand it and burst. Magical energy must also remain under control. But Thomas does not understand this at all. He doesn't like being ordered around and isn't going to listen even to his personal bodyguard. He believes that this fool John humiliated him, therefore he deserves a cruel death. Now it is obvious that Thomas has lost his mind, but it is difficult to come up with a solution to this problem. Stopping him will not be easy. Hundo ran up to John to make sure he was okay. He suggested the guy run away immediately. He promised that he could stop his master and said that John should take advantage of it. John finds this suggestion offensive to himself because he responded to it with a powerful blow to the jaw. He's not going to run away because Thomas started this fight first, so it must end. With the help of the potion, he was able to restore his energy and mana reserves. Now is the time to show your true colors and move forward no matter what. Meanwhile, serious negotiations were underway in the Players' Association. Charles returned to Joseph and told him that he had found two interesting students at one of the schools. Everyone was surprised when they saw their characteristics. Usually, high school students are not that strong. Even despite their rank, they had already reached a high level without much training. It seems that new hunters at the level of saints will soon appear in their country. One of the hunters representing Japan was called a saint. She was 19 years old when she first tested her level. Then she turned out to be a monster, because her scores were higher than 2,500, although now students at this school have even better scores than hers. It's hard to believe that John has more than 5,000 points. Maybe it's some kind of observer error. Charles tried to understand all this, but nothing was adding up in his head. It seemed like it was all just an illusion. He left the office with his assistants and confidently decided to sort out this situation. Meanwhile, the guard Hundo was watching something very, very scary. This can be compared to a battle of the elements, or a battle between Godzilla and Kong. With the help of the Predator skill, John is really close to defeating the huge fiery skeleton. Thomas can't understand why his superpowers aren't working. He was sure that would be enough to win. But now his rival John has activated something so terrifying and powerful that even a huge fiery skeleton cannot handle it. This is probably the king's power, and now this power is directed against Thomas. He has no chance of winning. At first, he tried to defend himself, but then he admitted that he was facing severe punishment. Even the protective barrier could not withstand such a load. This battle could not be hidden from other people at school. Surely a physical education teacher will notice some problems in his gym. Hundo was next to his unconscious master, begging John to stop and calm down. At the last moment, the guard, a rank a Hundo, was able to pull his master out of the arms of death, despite the risk. It doesn't matter anymore. John took the skill from his master anyway, and now that's the most important thing. Hundo reminded that his master is the heir to a large company, so John should prepare for serious consequences. The guy replied that he was against this fight and was only trying to protect himself, and besides, he was not afraid of any consequences. John said he wasn't going to kill Thomas. Instead, he wanted money for his life. If Thomas is really the heir to a large company, then they could easily pay $1 billion for him. Meanwhile, students began to gather near the sports field to understand what had happened. They guessed that some kind of large-scale battle had taken place there. Perhaps they had been attacked by demons or monsters. Linda was the first to feel the aura of fire and guessed that Thomas was involved in this case. The teachers tried to calm the students down and keep them away from the fire, but Linda considers herself special. She's not going to listen to anyone and wants to see what happened with her own eyes. She probably guessed that John was there too. She believes she should have protected this boy from the attack. Linda hopes that John is still alive. It's even hard to imagine her giving birth when she saw that John had confidently won this battle. John said she came in just in time. He needed a witness, as well as someone to help get John's body out of here. This guy needs to be taken to the hospital immediately, otherwise he could die from his multiple injuries. He explained that they didn't actually fight each other, Thomas just fell down the stairs. After that, he said goodbye to Linda and immediately disappeared. She had never seen such strange behavior in her life. This guy has really changed, he's no longer going to be weak and lose to others. John is sure that Linda will help Thomas. And he also hopes that for a while the Thiessen Company will not cling to him because of this guy. John also noticed that he had the Monarch Heart Charm, which increases the abilities of the group members. Previously, he believed that the layer only referred to the appearance of famous people on TV, but now this skill has come to him after he absorbed the power of Thomas. Monarch Heart is a powerful skill that can unlock the potential and skills of team members. It's strange that this fool Thomas had such a technique. He probably never used it in his life. Skills that have an effect on the entire group are rare, regardless of their level. Now John can combine his techniques, which is great news. Because of all these thoughts, he completely forgot about caution. It seemed like it would lead to new problems. Several expensive cars stopped near him, after which Charles approached him and said that he had a few questions. He wants to understand what happened in the gym, although he will probably have other questions as well. Rumors about what happened in the gym spread quickly throughout the city. Of course, Thomas's parents found out about this almost immediately. His father was shocked. His only son is in the hospital, but that's not enough, because he has to pay additional compensation of 1 billion for his son's life. Jundo trembled with fear and apologized to his boss. He understands what he must do to correct his mistakes. His boss said that despite the money they had to pay, they should also receive personal compensation. Of course, Hundo is not a fool. He understands what it means, but he cannot believe it. He said that his rival Thomas was a very young guy, and killing him would be ruthless. The boss of the company, Tae-san, a hunter of rank S. Christopher, he ordered the guard to shut up and said that the matter must be done. Meanwhile, the conversation between Charles and John continued. The master wanted to know what John did at the gym. The guy is not entirely sure what the master means. Maybe he is talking about the lecture, or maybe about the battle that happened later. Charles is the deputy director of the association. The chances that he will personally go to the scene of the fire are small, but he may already know everything you need. Maybe he's waiting for the guy to make his move, so it remains to understand some of the nuances. John soon figured out that Charles still didn't know about the explosion in the gym, and that was a good thing. John was sure that Charles's visit was connected with the fact that they wanted to offer him a test as a hunter. Charles started laughing out loud and said that they had no such plans for the high school student. At this moment, the boy activated his predator aura and showed his true characteristics. He is confident that this should be enough to offer him the best conditions. So all these numbers were not a coincidence or an illusion, it's hard to believe. But John became even stronger in those few hours. Soon our main character returned home. He deserved some rest. His younger brother couldn't believe that John had been given the right to pass the hunter exam, which would take place in a month. Robert began to bow to him and call him king, god, and general of the emperor. This guy must be too stupid. The hunter exam is in a month, so John wants to focus on training and getting stronger before then. He hopes that he won't have any problems with the Thiessen Company and he can calmly think about training. The guy didn't even realize that strange things were happening near his house, and the hunters of the association were guarding it. Surprisingly, this protection is not enough to protect the high school student from danger this time. The thieves guessed that John would take part in the hunter exam, so the association protects potential stars. These are two killers called the Black and White Brothers. They are rank A demons with strong abilities. The Black brother has stealth and body-strengthening skills. His white brother is a little weaker. He only knows how to use stealth techniques. They came here to make this high school student suffer for real. Their plan failed from the start, because this high school student found out about their presence and went out to meet them. John wasn't going to talk much. He immediately started beating the white brother and then prepared to meet the black brother. This guy is getting stronger by the minute. If his progress is not stopped, he will truly become a living legend. They considered him a small rat with no experience, but now they understand that he is truly an incredible talent. A few hours earlier, John had spoken to Hundo about potential compensation. The security guard explained that he would not be the one to resolve this situation, and also said that he could not remain silent and not tell what had happened. John said he didn't want any problems but asked Hundo to do everything he could to reach an agreement. If the Hundo betrays him, then he will feel the true wrath of the predator. This is called the Awakened's Oath, a way to make a contract created by the Awakened using magical power. If one of the parties to the contract violates its obligations, it will have to pay dearly for it. John asked not only for compensation, but also to do everything possible to prevent other people from finding out about this incident. And that is exactly what happened. The news said that the explosion was caused by a gas explosion in the gym. But that's not all. At the right moment, Hundo called John to tell him all the information about the upcoming attack by the assassins. It was thanks to this information that John learned about the danger and prepared to protect himself. Go out and fight professional killers with your own hands. That deserves respect. It turned out that his skills were already enough to easily destroy these two masked fools. Rumor has it that their stealth abilities allow them to kill even the strongest enemies. But it was too easy for John. He was always one step ahead. When he used the predator technique, the two finally felt that sometimes high school students are stronger than everyone else. Most events in this city are interconnected, creating a real domino effect. Mary had already heard about the selection of participants for the hunter exam. Almost all the promising hunters from the country would gather together for it. Joseph and Mary named many famous and talented hunters. Joseph said that most of all he was looking forward to meeting Mary's younger brother. This guy really deserves special attention. Mary said that her younger brother would never match her characteristics. She said she was expecting a not-so-well-known student, because right now almost everyone is talking about the guy Charles personally came to see. This student has incredible potential. Rumor has it he could become one of the best hunters in the country. Charles came and personally saw his talent, so now almost everyone is talking about this guy. Meanwhile, John was unaware of the rumors around him. He looked at his hands and could not understand why he lacked physical capabilities. Due to overload, using the predator skill is currently impossible. In addition to causing problems for the association and hunters, these black and white brothers are now attacking high school students. These demons are becoming more dangerous every day, which is why John reported this to Charles. Charles was very unhappy that the list of exam participants had been revealed, and now all the students were in danger. They would have to call for reinforcements. John initially wanted to blame the company for everything, but instead of solving the problem, he would get into new trouble. Now he should think not about the company itself, but about overloading his physical abilities. Due to insufficient stamina, he cannot use the predator skill, and this is a problem that needs to be solved. To increase the level of awakening, you need the predator technique, but it is currently unavailable. He has only one option left to get out of this situation, although he is not entirely sure about this choice. John went home to rest. The next day began almost immediately. He came to Blackhead in the morning. It is the best training center in Korea. There he met a guide named Yura. She greeted me and said that she was ready to help anyone who wanted to become better. John didn't come here alone. He took Robert with him, although his cousin was against it, because in order to become a member of Blackhead, you need to have money and power. Seeing the two young guys, the girl tried to explain that they had a training center here, at which point John asked to register them. Yura was very surprised when she saw the Alchemist's VIP card. This is one of the largest guilds in the country. She looked at John and thought that he might be a relative of a high-ranking hunter. Maybe he was the owner of the guild. On the other hand, if she registers him right away, she may have problems in the future due to his young age, if something turns out to be wrong. At that moment, a large and muscular man in the hall started laughing loudly. He saw that Miss Yura was in a dilemma. This is a rank B trainer. He is called the strongest Daniel. He explained that this is not a place where you can get to just for money. Robert immediately recognized this bodybuilder. Even the boys from the junior high school know about him. He is also called the Rookie Killer. He loves to destroy the weak and show his muscles every 10 seconds. John looked at him confidently and said that he was not going to listen to this weak biker. Robert and Yura were shocked by John's brazen behavior. They realized that now it could end badly. Daniel got angry and said he wouldn't let anyone talk to him like that. Meanwhile, John remained calm. He said that they could test which of them was the strongest. Whoever loses to whom must pay the membership fee for 1 year, and if John really wants it, then Daniel accepts the release. Soon they both move to the dungeon to test their abilities. Of course, this is all just a virtual game, but it can be used to test everyone's characteristics. Many people gathered around to watch the experienced Daniel destroy the brazen newcomer. This training program is called a virtual porter. Yura told us about it. Virtual porter is a training with an element of competition in which you need to carry the maximum weight. You also need to defeat the maximum number of Class B monsters and reach your destination as quickly as possible. When someone in a training center wants to understand who is the strongest, everyone starts participating in this game. These conditions are not favorable for a beginner. Daniel is a clear favorite who should win easily. His muscle-building skills made him a famous trainer, although he never became a hunter. The weight he can lift in this game is hard to even imagine, which is why he is the strongest opponent in this gym. Daniel was relaxed until he saw John start to act, and act very confidently. This brazen newcomer came here to gain the respect of others and show off his abilities, not to lose. He doesn't care about the number of monsters, maximum weight, and obstacles. His level will allow him to pass all of this without any problems. From the very beginning, he took on a huge weight and began destroying dozens of monsters. It's even hard to believe that this is just a high school student. If it weren't known, many would have thought they were watching a professional hunter. His performance is truly impressive. He probably came here to set new records. Daniel couldn't believe he was facing a real Hercules. He would have to pay a lot of money for John's year-long training. The audience was also shocked. Only Robert tried to pretend he was calm. John enjoyed the victory and was not afraid to say offensive words about Daniel. He said that he was waiting for his season ticket for a year. 30 days have passed very quickly since the announcement of changes to the Hunter exam, and this long-awaited day has finally arrived. The Hunter license test will begin soon, and the association has announced that this time minors will also participate. That is why people of all ages from all over the country came here to show their abilities. The best hunters in the country will gather here, such as the Han, who has no equal in close combat. Also here will be the owner of an incredible fighting instinct that even the strongest hunters cannot defeat, the Druid Lee. The Tire Hunter is also here. He is called Lightning. He has no competitor in Busan. Of course, there's the one rumored to have the highest score of all, future superstar Linda. A huge number of talented boys and girls will participate in this exam. There are also reporters gathered here, some very tense, like a girl named Kim, because if you don't do a good report, you could lose your job. She believes that her life is almost completely ruined. She did not become a talented hunter, and now she cannot even become a good reporter. Soon she saw another test taker, John, passing by her. Soon John was getting ready to start. He was told that the exam would start in a minute. He was late because he was giving an interview for Kim, but that's not a mistake, because you also need to think about your image in advance. He saw a huge number of other students around him. The competition would be at the highest level. Soon he met Linda. John pretended to be surprised to see her, although she was one of the favorites of the exam. She couldn't believe it was really John. His body had changed a lot, even though the guy said he only exercised a little. He must have become too modest because he doesn't admit that he looks like Apollo now. It's too big a change in a month. At this moment, representatives of the association approached them and informed them that this hall was the first round of testing where future hunters would be selected. The rules are very simple. To start, you need to look at your chest and remember your number. In this exam, you must collect 5 badges, including your own. If your own badge is lost, the participant is eliminated from the exam. Time is limited. There is only an hour to achieve the goal. Everything is allowed except murder. Strange things started happening in the room. Something like a transformation happened to the floor. In any case, the first round of the exam has begun, and now students must do everything possible to achieve the goal. Everyone around immediately forgot about favorites and outsiders. Some even dared to attack Lind. These fools felt her true wrath very quickly. They would have chosen another victim. So far, she is the most talented of all. The other students don't particularly stand out. Some in the association are waiting for the tires from Busan. This guy needs to show his lightning and make others respect him. 20 minutes into the test have already passed and no one can reach him. Currently, Linda and Shin are the favorites of the competition. Various representatives of the association are trying to figure out which of them will take first place. Charles remains calm and does not pay attention to all this talk. He is focused on something else entirely. He's the only one who's seen John's real stats, so he's sure this guy will pass this test with ease. Charles saw that John was now fighting a serious opponent and began to follow their battle. He was shocked and angry because he saw the Han using the iron skin skill. John does almost the same thing. Now he uses the stone skin technique. It seems that Charles misunderstood John's potential. It seems that he was fooled by an ordinary high school student. So far, John hasn't dodged a single blow, but it seems like that was this guy's plan. He did not try to dodge, but on the contrary, like a real person, he ran towards his opponent and expected his attack. This strategy may be underestimated at first, but John probably has some kind of clear plan. It turned out that all of this really makes sense. These two qualities complement each other, and now John has increased his endurance and charisma. Even after a month of training, the seal on the Predator was not broken, which means that John's abilities are still not enough. The way to improve performance through training is to provide the maximum stimulation that the body can withstand. This means that as a result of the training, it is a struggle at the limit of possibilities. So the training of the John is still not over. Soon he finally defeated his opponent, although the Han was also one of the most talented participants in the exam. Now John has 2 badges, he only needs to collect 3 more to fulfill the conditions of the first round. Charles started laughing out loud and calling this guy crazy, which was probably a good thing, but everyone around him didn't understand his behavior. John has chosen an incredibly bold method of training in the battle for survival. It's so bold it's scary. Now this might be a problem because he was doing it for the stats, but he used up too much of his stamina in this battle. It was necessary to collect badges from weak players first, and not waste a lot of energy on a battle with a strong opponent. Meanwhile, it was really fun in the arena, with only a few clear favorites left who were stronger than everyone else. The awakened Shin has now defeated 147 opponents, which can be said to be a record for the exam. It is unlikely that he will be given the opportunity to relax and rest, because a new battle awaits him. Shin immediately started attacking, his confidence only increasing during the exam. John managed to collect enough badges, but still decided to challenge one of the strongest. Their battle could be a real spectacle for fans of these competitions. Each of them has incredible talents and abilities, but only one will emerge victorious. John soon realized that he had underestimated his opponent. Fighting him turned out to be much more difficult than he expected. Shin is truly an incredible talent. His speed is impressive, and his strength exceeds all expectations. Powerful lightning bolts surround his entire body, not only blocking his opponent's attacks, but also helping him with his own attacks. Lightning bolts have a radius of action and destructive power, and can be used during close combat as well as at a given distance. In this situation, John still cannot use the Predator skill, so he needs to find another way to win. Shin is going to wait for him to think. He attacks now and prepares to take another badge to his collection. Of course, this is not part of John's plans. He still remains fast and flexible enough to defend against his opponent's attacks. Their battle is like a battle of the gods. It is truly very large-scale and spectacular. So far, John cannot seize the initiative. It is inevitable that he will lose this battle. In order to change his position, he used a stone fist. Perhaps at least this would help him seize the initiative. It turned out that even this was not enough. Shin easily destroyed the stone with his lightning. This guy easily defends against all of John's attacks and goes on the counterattack. His excellent training and experience are immediately evident. He used all his lightning power against John. It was impossible to escape such a powerful blow. Shin enjoyed the fight. He was constantly smiling and enjoying the process. Before this battle, everyone tried to avoid meeting him. It was difficult for him to find a brave opponent. He believed that only Linda would be able to entertain him at the hunter's exam, and only in the battle against her should he show his full potential. But now he is pleased that there is another young student who dares to challenge him. John doesn't like empty talk. He's better at acting than talking nicely. He realized that now was the perfect moment to deliver a devastating counterattack, and he did so. He had waited a long time and studied the weaknesses of the tires, and now, finally, the time for revenge had come. Of course, stone skin cannot penetrate the wrath of the rain god, even when going beyond its limits. Such blows leave no mark on the body. But this exam hall is different from all the others. It was made of a material capable of withstanding the power of the awakened one. Unlike stone skin, this material does not lose its properties even if it collapses. So if he uses this material as a weapon, it is the only way to defeat the wrath of the thunder god. This is a perfect example of analytical abilities and strategic skills. This battle John can win with the help of his mind. Now Shin understands that he should have acted instead of talking, but it's too late to think about it now. He didn't have time to defend himself from the powerful blow, and now he is forced to suffer and feel terrible pain. The audience was shocked. One of the main favorites of this exam had just been defeated by a stranger. Charles liked that John made people nervous. In any case, this guy had already performed better than expected. This also means that all the badges that Shin has collected over this time will go to John. At that moment, the boy felt the cold approaching. He raised his head and saw ice. This can only mean one thing. Linda is nearby and she is walking towards him. But what could it mean? John looked confused. They go to the same school and she has always protected him. Does she really want to destroy him now? The girl looked very serious and confident. It was obvious that she didn't come to this exam to talk or joke. It turned out that she had been nearby the whole time, watching his battle from the tires. Linda believes that with power comes responsibility, because the power of irresponsibility is simply violence. She admits that John has become very strong. She didn't expect him to be able to defeat Shin. Now she understands how he was able to defeat Thomas in the battle in the gym. We must forget about friendly relations because this is an exam. Linda adheres to this strategy, so she began to attack. But Jones knew what to expect. He managed to dodge, but it was too early to rejoice. This snow was like real bombs. It was very difficult to dodge all these attacks. Linda acts very quickly and confidently. She is like a real panther. She does not give her enemies even a second to think. The girl said that she was not like Thomas. She was not going to act recklessly and lose her mind because of anger. Now that she understood how he had defeated his past rivals, she would no longer underestimate him and think he was weak. She believed him when he said that Thomas had fallen down the stairs, but now she understood what had really happened in the school gym. The girl became visibly angry and promised herself to put this petty swindler in his place. Using unauthorized skills is a crime. Thomas and James are still in the hospital to this day, and John will be held accountable for this. She understands that something happened to him too, so she won't write a complaint about him to the ministry. Linda is sure that he should refrain from taking the exam because he is not qualified to become a hunter. Suddenly, John stood up and said that Thomas was not qualified to become a hunter either. He is a tyrant who is almost unstoppable. He also lacks strength, responsibility, and qualifications. He is not going to give up the opportunity to become a professional hunter and is ready to challenge even Linda. He asked her not to be a coward and not to use the survival test as an excuse. Hearing his answer, she realized that she could no longer pity him. Now she would show what she was capable of. Maybe John was able to defeat a few bullies at school, but now he will realize how weak he is compared to her. The stone skin has been broken 100 times. It has long since lost its function. Even if John starts using stealth now, it will quickly disappear from attacks over a large area. The monarch's heart, which increases the level of abilities, is already activated. It is not enough to break this situation. The predator is still sealed, and John doesn't have the duration to cause paralysis in close combat like he did with Thomas. As a result, he can only rely on his own strength and talents. He has only one path to victory. How many seconds after the collision of these two young titans, a great explosion occurred. The spectators could not understand what was happening. They could not see anything because of the fog. A little later, the fog cleared, and they finally understood what had happened. If you look closely, you can see that John and Linda are lying next to each other. Yes, it looks pretty interesting. Maybe they forgot about the exam and decided to take a break. Oddly enough, John kissed her when he talked about how he only had one chance to win. It seemed like he meant something else. The guy understands that at the last moment he needs to come up with something really perfect in order not to lose this fight. At first, it might seem that he decided to just kiss Linda, but that's not entirely true. With this kiss, he was able to activate the power of paralysis. Linda understood everything, but she couldn't do anything. Her body completely refused to obey her. The probability of success of the status deviation skill increases as the station approaches. It doesn't work so well at a long distance, and ideally, the effect will be stronger if you apply it from the inside rather than the outside, so a kiss is needed. John came up with the perfect plan. He mixed his sample with the paralysis technique and made Linda taste it. Of course, considering the incredible resistance of the S-class, this is just an adventure. He understands that he is taking a risk, but the result was incredible. The paralysis really worked. A fatal shock was inflicted on the opponent's mind. With the help of this charisma, John increased by 3 points. The first stage of the exam has officially been completed. Now the medical team will carefully transport the exam participants. All students were asked to remain in their seats until staff arrived. Since the first test was completely completed, all injured test participants were immediately assisted by doctors. Despite the fact that Linda suffered from paralysis, lost her badge, and was unable to fight, she still successfully completed the first stage. Speaking of John, he collected badges, and although there were only 7 of them at the beginning, he beat Shin and Linda, and that changed everything. Now everyone will be watching him closely on this exam. We can say that he has become a superstar. It's hard to believe that this guy is only at rank C because he defeated opponents much stronger than him. If it weren't for his healing skills, he wouldn't even be able to walk, but he's doing well now. He doesn't need to relax because Shin is hungry for revenge and rematch. He just came out of the medical room. He was examined and healed, so now he is ready to fight and tear the heart out of his enemy's chest. The spectators gathered again to watch the fight. Everyone was interested in watching the confrontation of the favorites. Usually everyone cheers for already well-known participants, so most people support Shin. He came back to show that he is the boss here. Not only the other students, but also the judges should understand this. John remained calm and knew what to do. He prepared to demonstrate his talent again. Within a few seconds, his abilities were enough to land Shin on the floor. At this moment, a kind of deadly aura was activated, causing everyone around to suffer. Even John was having a hard time. He couldn't do anything and was shaking like a child after a nightmare. This entire aura was activated by an S-rank hunter. His name is Pak, and he doesn't like it when little things forget how to behave on an exam. This guy is one of the strongest hunters in the New Korea Association, a future hunter of the highest rank. He was surprised to see that John was still on his feet. He probably needed to add a little of his strength. It was noticeable that the young guy was having a hard time withstanding all this pressure, but he was trying not to fall to the floor. John had heard that the skills of high-ranking awakened ones, as well as active hunters, were on a completely different level, but he never thought they were this strong. Pak continued to increase his strength. He wanted to see if John could withstand what even veteran hunters couldn't. At this moment, representatives of the association ran into the room and started shouting at the pack, reminding them that they shouldn't behave like that with children. These guys and girls have only recently finished treatment, so they can't be insulted. They have a second stage waiting for them. Park said he came to talk, not fight, but he was warned that the association president might find out about his actions. Then the professional hunter looked at John and asked his name. It seemed that this guy interested him. Park had already heard that John had defeated Linda and Shin, which says a lot about this young talent. He is pleased because finally someone really interesting to observe appeared on the exam. He said goodbye to the boy and said he would keep a close eye on him in the future. Representatives of the association immediately ran after him in order to hold him accountable for his actions. Soon it will be time to continue the exam. The second stage will begin soon. The students have been given enough time to rest, so now they must get back to hard work. They will enter the location of the second exam through the gate behind the pack. This gate leads to the rank D dungeon. Most of the participants immediately started to worry. They didn't know that they would have to descend into the dungeons where real monsters live. Every 5 participants who enter the dungeon through the gate form a team. They must explore the dungeons with a hunter who will be assigned as their observer. During the research, each action will be evaluated. All necessary items and weapons will be obtained from the association. Pack asked them to take their time and go through the dungeon portal one by one. This is a fairly difficult task, as for the second round, but even beginners should have no problems if they have an experienced hunter by their side. Of course, unless it's a double apocalyptic dungeon, because then the participants will be in for a real hell. The double dungeon of the Apocalypto is located on level S, and that is where the participants will go. This is the world's first double dungeon found inside a Class D dungeon. Many people, including the first group of researchers, were killed. The consequences led to escapes into undiscovered dungeons. It would be great if this could have been prevented in advance, but there's no point in thinking about it now. No one will believe John's words because he has no confirmation. Even if everything is confirmed, he will immediately be the first suspect. If he finds himself in the first group of researchers, his main task will be survival. Soon he went inside and saw the members of his new team. A rank A hunter will go with them. He is called a sorcerer. He has a special characteristic. He opened the double dungeon of Apocalypto. Soon, the team members began clearing dungeons and fighting monsters. Of course, in the first stages they faced quite weak opponents, so there were no special problems. The sorcerer was pleased with their actions and the cohesion of the team. He noted their fighting spirit, even though this was only their first battle. John tried to stay in the shadows and not waste any more time on empty words. He was unhappy. There are a large number of teams, but he became a member of the very first team of researchers that was killed in his past life. Without a doubt, the sorcerer and the object that, according to rumors, the discoverer of the dungeons carried. The Sage's Ring has a unique rank. It increases strength, stamina, speed, and magical power by 10 points. Now there is no doubt that they are in a double dungeon of the Apocalypto. For now, John cannot use the Predator skill, so he has no chance of survival, so we need to act differently. He must do everything to prevent the Apocalypto from being found, but to do this he must once again activate his brain to the maximum. Soon they saw 2 different roads. Up to this point, they had no questions about continuing their journey. The wizard said that this often happens when exploring dungeons, so now they must vote. At this moment, John accelerated and chose one of the paths and ran forward without waiting for the others. He was warned that he couldn't do this alone. It was very dangerous, and he had to return. John is not going to give them the opportunity to make decisions. He wants them to follow him and not find the dungeon of the Apocalypto. The team had no choice but to follow him and trust the guy's intuition. Soon they approached a large, bright portal and everyone immediately stopped. Everyone was surprised. They entered the dungeon but saw another gate. John realized that his plan had not worked. As they approached the double dungeon of Apocalypto again, he tried with all his might to avoid the main path, but he still ended up here. The guy immediately understood that he had to act very clearly. He ordered everyone to stand still and not move forward. They must understand that they have passed the main gate, and if they see another portal, they must guess that this is not natural. Such unusual cases should be reported to the association immediately. The sorcerer should know about this better than anyone else. He was also surprised, and said that it was the first time in his life he had seen something like this. He says we need to tell the main headquarters about this, but first we can go inside and see what's going on there. The magic felt inside these gates is not as dangerous as it looks. And besides, they are in a rank D dungeon, so everything is under control. The sorcerer is an experienced hunter and is confident that he will be able to protect others. Perhaps the association personally opened this gate to test their skills. If you explore this dungeon, you can get the best scores, but John understands that you can't do this. The wizard reminded him that John doesn't know how to work in a team, so no one is going to listen to him. Other players confirmed that John acts without a plan and does not support other team members. So the decision has been made, they really want to go inside no matter what. All that remained was to enter and become the team that would open the dungeons of the Apocalypto. Once inside, they were very surprised. Everything around looked quite strange. Now players are not sure that they are in a rank D dungeon. It feels like they are no longer in a cave, but in some grand palace. Ahead you can see a huge statue of some monster. It is really large in size. Now the students are starting to worry. They started talking to the wizard to make sure they were in a safe zone. He immediately ordered everyone to order and look around. Now you have to be very careful. Behind the bar they saw unknown masked monsters approaching. These guys look very much like the statue outside. They are armed and determined. Soon the sorcerer realized that they were facing rank A Death Knights. But now his confidence had completely disappeared. The hunter immediately ordered his students to prepare for battle and defend themselves with all their might. He tried to activate magic in order to protect the participants of the competition. The Death Knights looked very determined and aggressive. They must have been waiting for fresh blood for a long time. The sorcerer's first attack began to take effect. But we must not forget that he is a rank A hunter. The entire team immediately supported the experienced mentor and began to help him. They must attack with fire and bright light to block the monster's view. Everyone acted like a real team, almost everyone, because John was not helping the others again. Soon the Death Knights lost consciousness and fell to the floor, none of them moving yet. The participants were pleased. For defeating such strong monsters, they would receive a large number of points. We probably shouldn't celebrate the victory prematurely because the battle is not over yet. There are a lot of Death Knights in this dungeon, and they are all ready to avenge their brothers. John wasted no time and approached one of the dead monsters to examine it. All this time the battle continued, and the number of dead Death Knights grew larger and larger. It seemed like a good sign. But instead of the dead knights, many more monsters came. All team members are already tired and can barely stand on their feet. They will not be able to defend themselves from a new attack. If nothing changes, they will die. But John has noticed something strange and wants to talk about it. The wizard looked at him and could not understand how John remained energetic, even despite the loss of strength during the battle. They were all very lucky that John had strengthened them with the skill in the heart of the monarch. Without this technique, they would have been dead a long time ago. Now the sorcerer is not sure that John is an awakened rank C. It seems that this guy is much stronger than he seems. John said that he had an interesting idea. It seemed to him that they weren't Death Knights at all. This news was hard to believe. If these aren't Death Knights, then who are these monsters? John pulled out a huge sword and said he wanted to go and check his information. He activated the power of his stone skin and rushed to attack, despite the large number of opponents. His progress is constantly increasing, so he has no problems with self-confidence. No matter what happens, he is confident that he will be able to protect himself and survive, even in the most difficult situation. John decided to trick them all and jump over them. This guy always finds interesting solutions to problems. It seemed he was heading towards the large statue to attack it with his sword. He soon did so, although it is still difficult to understand why he did it. As soon as he managed to destroy the brick statue, strange things began to happen to these monster knights. Everything around them began to change. It seemed as if they had been in an illusion all this time. This is an ambush illusion. It shows virtual enemies. It could be a strategy to weaken the attackers. It was hard to believe that this long and difficult battle was against imaginary opponents, but it was true. The sorcerer cannot understand how this young man guessed that this was an illusion ambush. He had never encountered Death Knights, but he understood everything. John replied that he has a well-developed intuition, and he is not as weak as others seem to think. After that, he asked them to move on until they died in this cursed cave. The team members, and even the experienced hunter, had no choice but to listen to John. The illusion disappeared, but the situation did not improve at all. After the discovery of the apocalypse, the space of the dungeon completely changed. The injuries they sustained in the battle with the illusion have become more serious, so they can't just wait for salvation. If there is even a single chance for salvation, they must take advantage of it and find the exit gate from the dungeon. Soon, these gates were finally found, although it took a long time to search. Of course, there is no certainty that this gate will save them, but if they don't take a step forward, they will die anyway. Soon the decision was made. The wizard took that step forward and opened the gate. Another Death Knight with a great sword awaited them ahead. Very quickly, other warriors appeared behind him, so they would have to fight again against a huge pile of opponents. The team members, as well as the professional hunter, looked somewhat frightened and confused. A fire broke out all around and it became clear that they had not reached the exit at all. This place is even worse than the illusion they were in from the beginning. In order to survive in this room, you will have to do something absolutely impossible. The king of the Death Knights turned to the people. He was surprised that these small worms were able to reach this room. This is the Apocalypto's own double dungeon, the Death Knight rank S, or simply the Death King. Strangely enough, his army did not move at all, and seemed to be waiting for something. John guessed that this great king of knights wanted to fight one-on-one. The young students immediately began to panic and abandon this duel, each finding a reason to avoid the battle. John asked them to calm down immediately and reminded them that their main goal was not a battle at all, but an escape. As soon as they heard these words, they immediately abandoned the sorcerer, their injured comrade, and the John, and began to flee. At that moment, the King of Death raised his weapon and used magic. His first attack was enough to destroy these fugitives, although it was very brutal. John and the wizard didn't have time to do anything. They just watched as their team members were destroyed. John decided to take this opportunity and told the wizard that he would try to buy time. He will do this so that the sorcerer can find a way out and get out of this hellish place. It seems the sorcerer has completely different plans, because he pushed John away and took a confident step towards his own death. The guy tried to stop him and understand what he was doing, because it was completely out of plan. The sorcerer ordered him to shut up immediately and reminded him that John was just a small snail of low rank. At this moment, the professional hunter decided to tell me that he always wanted to become a hunter rank S'er. The problem is that no matter how much he trained and improved his skills, he still couldn't get closer to this goal. Now he feels that this is his perfect opportunity. If he destroys this monster, he will receive a reward from the association. In this case, he will be able to become an S-rank hunter, and if he fails to do this, then he has nothing to regret. He activated his magical power and struck back at his enemy. Strangely enough, the wizard still continued to talk to John during the battle. He noticed that this guy was completely different. He also has everything he needs to become a legend, but before that, he needs to survive. So John must take the injured girl and escape. A wizard, as a true guardian, must be brave and protect his students no matter what, and he is ready to do so. Surely this is the role of a sorcerer, to use magic to protect the weak. John was very surprised and even shocked, but I understand that the sorcerer is saying the right things. The guy can't delay, because in just a few minutes he may not have the opportunity to escape. He returned and saw that the Death Knights had destroyed the sorcerer. This hunter was never able to make his childhood dream come true. All the wounded were dead by this point, so John was the last one left. Now his heart is beating as fast as possible because the guy understands that he is on the verge of life and death. Now he has been challenged to a duel. He hardly has the right to refuse this offer. John tried to stay calm, and because of that he saw something on the ground. He immediately realized that in front of him lay the Ring of Wisdom, which had previously been on the sorcerer's finger. The Death Knight swung his sword to cut off John's young head. All this happened quite quickly, but the boy managed to dodge the attack, grab the Ring of Wisdom, and start running away. This ring can be called the only chance to survive. He hopes that the magic will work and help him. At this moment, he was surrounded by monsters. Another second, and John would be completely destroyed. He will be cut into a million pieces, of course, unless the Ring of Wisdom saves his life. Once again, this young talent was very lucky, but that doesn't mean he has already won the battle. The King of Death felt an incredible power in his dungeon. He had never encountered anything like it before. The system reported that the Ring of Wisdom had been applied. All abilities increased by 10 points. Now the seal of the Predator has been lifted, and John can finally activate his best ability. John immediately used force and showed the Death Knights that they were no longer the main ones here. Once the Predator skill was activated, they all became prey for this monster. The time required to completely absorb an opponent's forces is approximately 10 seconds. John cannot rely solely on the strength of the Predator. He must also use the skills he has gathered previously and the abilities he has accumulated. Now he needs to activate everything he has. Only then will he be able to get out of this hell alive. Death Knights. I've never fought anything like this before. It seems like this creature was also born in hell. The King of Death didn't like this, so he decided to personally intervene in the situation. For him, this is a personal challenge. He feels that this guy is worth fighting with. The king is the largest and strongest of all the monsters in this dungeon. He is a true devil and god in one image. With just one wave of his hand, he can make people suffer. John is ready for any plot twist. His agility saves even in extreme situations. He realized that he had to stop the king, even though it seemed like an incredible risk. If he takes away his abilities, he will be able to get out of this cave alive. This is a very bold decision, but those who don't take risks will never become legendary. The king admitted that his rival was indeed very strong, but that was not enough to become the new king. This hellish creature continued to press on John. It was almost impossible to hide from his attacks. In less than a minute, this battle was over, and now John risks being crushed under the king's feet. Finally, the monster decided to ask the boy who gave him this power. Meanwhile, the system reported that the resistance to the King of Knights with mysterious power had been partially activated. The King of Knights' fighting spirit is also activated, which means that for John, nothing is over yet. The king still did not understand what was happening. He wanted to understand the nature of this young man's power. Probably when he finds out the answers to his questions, he will regret being born. It's not entirely clear what happened, but John found himself facing Asmodeus again. He looked around and saw the bodies of his team members lying nearby. Behind him was the King of Death, and it seemed as if nothing had changed since then. It is unclear what the nature of this predator's power is, nor can John guess why he began to understand the language of monsters. Only he understands the King of Death. He received this power and opportunities, but no one explained anything to him. Nothing has changed since then. He still doesn't know why the king gave him this power. Soon he began to guess who should answer all those questions. Of course, it's the White King who gave him all these opportunities, although his motivation is unknown. They met again, and the White King admitted that he was impressed by John's talents and character. He asked the boy to come to him, although John stood still as if hypnotized. He saw it all as if it were a dream, but it was time to return to the harsh reality. The King of Death is still waiting for answers to all his questions. He wants to understand where John got this power from. He got tired of waiting and prepared to deliver the final blow, but things didn't go according to plan. Some unknown energy knocked the sword out of his hands. It was something powerful and even terrifying. So John is really going to show off his incredible skills in this weak body. In any case, it will be interesting to watch. John's mana began to increase very quickly. He immediately felt new strength in his body. This final battle has begun. Everyone wants to win, and everyone is confident. The King of Death attacked first and used his incredible magic. He wants to fight like a king. It turned out that even this powerful attack was enough to crush this worm, because this worm turned out to be much stronger. The king had always wanted to know the nature of this power, and now he would experience it for himself. John is ready to avenge all the dead members of his team and punish this monster. John's rank rose very quickly. Now he is at rank B. His hierarchy is constantly growing. He attacked his opponent without any hesitation, acting quickly, clearly, and powerfully. He fights like a true cruel predator, waiting for the perfect moment and then attacking his victim. It is difficult to fight with such power, and it is almost impossible to dodge such attacks, even if you are the king of the Death Knights. Thus, the king was destroyed. Now John registered a new skill, the Spirit of the Night King. I already found out from the outside world. Many cars with doctors and police arrived. Experienced warriors understood that this dungeon was of very high rank, so they did not allow anyone to enter. An evacuation order has been given, but it is being delayed due to deformation inside the dungeon. Reinforcements had to come quickly, otherwise everyone else would die. It was all too unexpected, so even Pa was worried. It began to seem as if the dungeon had begun to break through, and everyone around was blinded by a bright light. Soon someone came out of the portal, and within a few seconds people noticed that it was the same John. He was covered in blood and looked like he had been through a real war, but nevertheless, he was alive. Thanks to John's actions, the incident with the double dungeon ended. People were able to evacuate without any major injuries. The results of the second test were determined based only on scores before the evacuation. The bodies of the deceased were recovered and returned to their families. John decided not to tell everyone who exactly cleared the Apocalypto dungeon. It would remain a secret for now. Although this may cause criticism from journalists, if the truth is revealed, John could become a target for many evil people. The association constantly talked about this incredibly talented guy. Joseph tries to understand what the true level of a person who has passed the dungeon of the apocalypse should be. So he replied that it had to be a hunter with an S rank at least. Since the rank of a John is much lower than this, it is difficult to assess the limits of his power. He remains a great mystery to others. This can only mean one thing. This guy has a high probability of becoming a national force in the future. Meanwhile, John fell into an unknown abyss. Everything around him indicated that he was in a dungeon. He was quickly surrounded by monsters, and it seemed he had to destroy them again in order to stay alive. He looked at them and couldn't understand why they all belonged to different species. Usually, monsters of the same species are found in the dungeon. The guy also tried to understand how he got into this insomnia and what he should do. At that moment, the answers to his questions began to come to him. He looked up and saw the White King. This is the same being that gave him incredible power, and now he is here. The monsters began to aggressively attack the king, but he remained calm no matter what. Therefore, it was enough just to raise your hand up to destroy all these terrible creatures. This is already an indicator of his incredible power and strength. John immediately felt this aura. The king turned to his chosen one. He said that he was waiting for him in the deepest part of the abyss. After that, John opened his eyes and realized that it was all just a dream, or an illusion of reality. In any case, he is in a safe place and can no longer worry. This whole dream was too colorful to be unreal. The king said he would wait for him, but it is difficult to understand what exactly he meant. This predatory power, which even high-class monsters fear, and understanding their language all add to doubts and misunderstandings. It seems that John has only one way left, to become much stronger and go into the abyss. His stats had grown significantly over all this time. He had guessed this before, but now he was convinced that he had risen to rank B. His ability level is already equal to an S-rank hunter. The spirit of the Night King must have had a huge influence on him. If he continues to progress so rapidly, the level of national power will soon be waiting for him. Suddenly, he heard a noise outside the door, as if someone wanted to enter. Soon the door opened and the leader of the Night Wanderers Guild, Mary, entered the room. Soon she took John with her and they got into her car. She asked her driver to sit in the back seat and decided to drive the car herself, considering she was traveling with a guest. John tried to understand what the Night Wanderers Guild had to do with him. Mary explained that she personally wanted to see the one who managed to survive the apocalypse and then take him home. It's unlikely that this was the only reason she decided to personally pick him up from the hospital and take him home. It immediately becomes clear that this is just a cover-up. Mary began to talk about how the third test was going. Like the first round, it was related to survival. After John reveals all his abilities, every guild will want to take him to theirs. Of course they will, because it's rare to find a low-ranking awakened being who can defeat a much stronger opponent. This is a sign of genius, and Mary wants to be the first to make him an offer he can't refuse. Money, fame, she's ready to give him absolutely anything he wants, just so he can become part of the Night Tramps. John has a difficult choice to make, and for starters, he'd better take his time. The tension in the car was at its peak, but after a few seconds the guy replied that he didn't want to become part of this guild. Of course, it's hard to refuse such offers. Mary was surprised, but John made his choice. Soon he was taken home, he thanked them for the help and said goodbye. Mary couldn't understand his refusal. She said she was ready to raise his salary and do whatever he wanted. She began to constantly offer improved conditions, and thereby pushed the guy away from her even more. He explained that this was not a mistake at all, and he had no particular reason to explain his refusal. He understands that the conditions of the Night Wanderers Guild are special, but he does not want to become a part of them, and he will not do so. After that, he said goodbye to the mayor and her driver once again, turned around, and walked away. It seemed like everything was over, but it turned out that it wasn't so easy to get rid of this girl. She approached him like a leech, grabbed him, and wasn't going to let go until she understood who he was. A guy who's just trying to become a hunter, and he gets rejected by one of the best guilds for no particular reason. It's all very strange. Mary decided to keep him alive because she likes him. Seeing and hearing this, her bodyguard asked the mayor to calm down. And let me remind you that this guy is only a high school student. He's too young for this. Then he turned to John and told him not to turn down the opportunity that had come to him. In response, the guy just smiled. It was the first time he had seen such a hopeless desire to get what he wanted. John looked at Mary and said that he thought her real name was Mary. She couldn't believe she had actually heard it from him. The girl tried to understand where he had gotten it from, but he didn't respond. This situation is very important. It is already obvious from the mayor's reaction. She immediately grabbed the guy by the neck and activated her magic. His words really had a strong impact on her. The boss of the Night Wanderers Guild is actually Maria, not Mary, and almost no one knows about it. She is the illegitimate daughter of the CEO of Yuksung Group. She was raised as a successor from the very beginning, but a new daughter was born into the family. Her name, Maria, was taken away from her, and she became an outcast, after which she changed her last name and became a hunter. Almost no one knows about it. That's why she reacted so strongly when she heard these words from John. She thinks he's gone crazy because he dared to say that to her face. John felt that he was being attacked, so he activated the resistance of the Amazon spirit, and this resistance worked. He counterattacked with the help of the Night King's spirit. It was quick and successful. Mary tried to understand what kind of power this was. It seemed to her that she was communicating with a high school student, but it seemed that this was not entirely true. John is still unable to withstand the power of the S-rank skill. It pushes him back. Nevertheless, John took a step forward and pressed Mary against the wall. He asked her not to cross the line, and after that he called her Sister Mary. Only now did her personal driver realize that all this was true. He must have needed to get back in the car a long time ago. Soon it was time for the third stage of the professional hunter exam. This will take place in a place that resembles the Colosseum in ancient Rome. Now a huge army of fans has gathered here to see everything with their own eyes. Mary also came to watch John. She dressed up as an ordinary person. Of course, John's relatives came here. They are all very worried about the guy because these competitions will be cruel. His cousin Robert became president of the John fan club, although so far the club has only one member. In any case, this cheerful guy will support his older brother no matter what. Reporter Kim is also here. She is still on the verge of being fired and needs to find the perfect news story. Last time, her interview with John was not aired because he had a low rank. She is upset because if she doesn't manage to pass this stage and get a good report, she will definitely be fired this time. This time, there was a strange atmosphere in the stadium. Looking down, she saw that everyone was around one participant. Many talented hunters and even veterans of this business gathered here. It's strange, because they all focused their attention on only one person. Obviously, it's John. It seems that they are all trying to unite their efforts to destroy such a strong rival. The third round of the exam is starting right now, and viewers should keep their nerves and stay calm. A large-scale battle immediately began. Everyone around seemed to have lost their minds and were trying to destroy one participant. They agreed to destroy John, and only then decide which of them is the strongest. Their motivation is very simple, because everyone saw how he destroyed two very strong opponents in the first round. John is not going to give in, even despite the conspiracy against him. He put on a real rock and roll show and showed these fools what he was capable of. At first, it seemed that he would easily defeat them all and win the stage again. But that's not quite the case. The ground beneath his feet parted to the side and some unknown plant grabbed John. He has never seen anything like this before. This is a new kind of opponent who is sure to be the winner of this exam. He started talking about how he would destroy John and then take first place, but it was just talk. John quickly broke all the chains and showed what a real jungle predator is capable of. After that, he turned to the other exam participants and ordered them to attack while he was in a good mood. They are sure that he will get tired sooner or later, but they probably don't know that his endurance is already on another level. John waited for the moment when almost everyone started attacking him at the same time and activated the spirit of the King of Knights. They immediately felt this incredible aura. The impression, as if they had personally visited the dungeon of the apocalypse. John did everything possible to arrange for them a tour of this hellish place. The audience was shocked. Even his relatives could not believe that he was at such a serious level. It seemed like he was an experienced hunter who had come here to test the students' skills. Mary watched him and was now sure that he was truly insane. It was hard to believe that he had used this power in front of everyone. It's strange. Usually the most interesting thing is always at the end, but this year the beginning of the third stage was incredible. The cleanup was almost complete, but John soon saw that some people still remained healthy and almost unharmed. After looking closely, he realized it was Linda, so she decided to have a revenge. John said she could give up fighting him and save her health. If she doesn't do this, then he's ready to repeat what happened in the first round right now. These words made Linda very angry, and she activated her ice power again. This girl does not know how to give in. She said that John should worry about himself, not about others, because today he will face cruel revenge. She is confident that the situation that occurred in the first stage will never happen again. In response, John smiled and said that no one can see the future. Maybe they will have to kiss again today. This guy's progress is so rapid that even he doesn't have time to understand his new capabilities. This battle did not last long. John again proved to be stronger than his opponent. He admits that Linda is his toughest opponent, but even that is not enough to stop the predator. The third stage has been completed. The best student to pass this exam is number 920, John. After the exam, he received a gift from the director of the Players Association, Joseph. Now John officially became a rank S hunter. Of course, no one knew that the third stage would end so quickly, although that's not surprising, because John had already cleared Apocalypto before that. The guy smiled and replied that he was just lucky, but of course deep down he understood that this was not entirely true. Soon he was invited to join the New Korea Players Association. John was very surprised. He did not expect that he would be offered to work to make his country better. Everything in his life changes very quickly. He was not awakened and fought with strong rivals, but becoming first is not enough. Now not only Mary, but also the legendary Joseph, who can be called the best in New Korea, is trying to take him to himself. John really can't understand what's happening at the moment, but he again refuses this offer. Joseph's reaction is quite obvious. He wants to understand the reason for the refusal, but there is no reason at all. Instead of being a member of one of the 4 major guilds or associations, John believes that he will be more effective working alone. In response, the director of the New Korea Players Association began to laugh loudly, as if he had completely lost his mind. Joseph could never have imagined that someone would say that he was better off alone than in a guild or association. This shows that John is indeed incredibly confident in his own abilities, but in this case, Joseph has another suggestion. He invited the guy to take part in the legendary Asian-friendly tournament. After some time, John fought monsters again. This guy can't live without adventures. With his current progress and characteristics, ordinary monsters no longer pose a serious threat to him. That's why clearing any dungeon becomes a routine. However, even while destroying monsters, he still thinks about that tournament that Joseph told him about. Asian-friendly tournament. A festival where 5 representatives from associations and guilds are selected from each Asian country. They compete with each other in hunting monsters and demons and thereby contribute to the development of the country. Obviously, this makes them very valuable in their country. They can be compared to national heroes. Joseph was confident that with the help of this tournament, John would be able to make even faster progress. The boy has finally become a hunter. Now he has to fight stronger monsters and demons to live up to the expectations of others. Although he was unable to successfully clear all the dungeons that opened in the country a month ago, he did not receive any value, nor did he even make progress. Of course, all of this will be incredibly dangerous, but he must get to the Asian tournament and win it. Let's return to the outside world and move to the estate of the boss of the Tayson Company, Christopher. He has been incredibly unhappy lately, and he is especially angry about the work of one of the guards. Jundo is still alive. He is trying with all his might to calm Christopher and make him let go of his neck. Christopher is incredibly angry that his son is still in the hospital, and the one who did this wins and becomes an S-rank hunter. It will be hard to calm down after something like this, which is why he beats everyone around him, especially Hundo. At that moment, his assistant came in and said that they had guests from the Thieves Guild. These are probably the same fools who couldn't destroy John, even after receiving a huge amount of money. Christopher became even more angry and said that they should not have come after such a shameful defeat, and therefore he would punish them. It's better not to jump to conclusions because some dark aura has entered the room. It's impossible to ignore it. The unknown man apologized for everything that happened and said that they were ready to fix it all. Christopher is currently speaking as the deputy boss of the Thieves Guild. He is called Shadow, and his rank is unknown. In parallel with these events, John completed the dungeon cleanup and returned to the real world. He was surprised to see that someone was already waiting for him, but it was unlikely to be an enemy. As he got closer, he met a rank A hunter from the Alchemist Guild who would accompany him to the auction house. This strange man's name is Mark. He is a member of John's fanbase. His main skill is gate control. He began to tell me that he had been a fan of John for a long time and had been watching his every performance, and that John had heard all these stories a million times. Asia's best auction, East Point, will be held here, also called the largest event in Asia. The richest people gather there, trying to buy the best goods at the most expensive prices. This auction has many advantages. It is very safe because there is a large number of security guards around. Since the teleportation point changes frequently, you cannot come here without permission. Perhaps this is why there have been no security issues at the auction for decades. Of course, this place deserves to be called the best in terms of security, but John knows something. With the help of his knowledge from his past life, he knows that a terrorist attack by an S-rank demon will take place here today. Soon the auction officially began, the first lot being the Phoenix Potion. Just one sip of this potion and stamina, as well as magical power, increases by 20 points. John remained calm. He just had to wait for the terrorist attack, after which he would have to defeat the demon and gain general significance. Of course, there is a problem. There is too little information about this event, so you have to be very careful. Before the regression, it was only known that East Point's losses were very serious, and that the main culprit of the terrorist attack was the demon Nero. John does not know who exactly was able to stop this terrorist attack, although this information would have helped him. He decided to ask Mark about the people responsible for security in this place. At this moment, other people intervened in their conversation. John had already become famous, so it was not easy for him to go to such events. Here he can meet serious people. They can turn out to be friends, or they can become enemies. He was recognized by a respectable man who came with his disciples. His name is Shaitan. He is a Japanese S-rank hunter, the CEO of this auction. According to rumors, this legendary warrior killed his colleagues for his own gain, which is why he was called the Devil. He had already heard that a rare genius had appeared in Korea, and he was very happy to be able to meet him in person. John shook this master's hand and immediately felt his incredible aura. This isn't even an ordinary acquaintance, it feels like it's something like a mental attack. Shaitan began to laugh. It seemed strange to him that such a young guy could withstand such a mental strain. John was visibly angry. He didn't expect to meet any enemies here except for the demon Nero. This aura made him suffer. Not only him, but everyone around him couldn't even breathe normally. After that, the devil finally let go of the boy's hand and hugged him to say a few words. He hinted that not all S-rank hunters are the same in their abilities. Shaitan doesn't know why John came here, but advises him to stay calm and not do anything bad. After that, he said goodbye and asked John to enjoy the auction. Now, there is no doubt that this whole situation will be much more complicated than expected. Now let's turn our attention to another meeting, which also has a serious impact on the plot. Serious personalities have gathered here, but it doesn't feel like a business meeting in the office. Behind these warriors is the main warp gate control office. If anyone comes here, they must be destroyed and not allowed to pass forward. The head guard drew his sword and ordered his assistants to get ready. They must destroy these thieves very quickly. Apparently, everything didn't go exactly according to plan, because all the guards were destroyed within a few minutes. This means that it's time to get to know the demon Nero in person. This is exactly what this demonic sorcerer looks like. His people reported that there were some difficulties at the auction. According to rumors, a representative of the New Korea, a hunter of rank S. John, has appeared there, and he can interfere with their intentions. Nero replied that it was all just rubbish, and if he wanted something, he always got it. He came here so that no one could escape God's revelation, so people are in danger, and all hope is only in John. An explosion soon occurred in the building where these thieves broke into. All of this happened in the middle of an ordinary day, so no one expected a terrorist attack. People were sitting quietly in their seats and enjoying the auction when this happened. The number of dead is unknown, but not everyone managed to survive. Security was unable to prevent this terrorist attack. So for the first time in history, the auction turned out to be very, very dangerous. The explosions were not only in the main auction hall, the entire building was damaged, as well as a building located nearby. John survived the explosions because he was prepared for them, but this is only the beginning of his mission. He knew what awaited him, but when it all began, John felt some excitement. He can't understand where the demons have been hiding all this time. Mark tries to evacuate him, but John doesn't listen to him at all. Soon he finally saw the intruders, so now the enemies had shown themselves. The battle could begin. People were warned that if they resisted, they would get a hole in their head. John doesn't like it when people are spoken to as if they were animals, so he immediately punishes such thieves. With his sword, he beheaded the bandit leader, and that's just the beginning. In this battle, John uses a talisman, a dagger that Joseph gave him as a congratulatory gift on his high school graduation. Well, I tried to hold back the criminals until the last moment. Even though they were injured, they fought to the last drop of blood. These demonic minions feel no pity for people at all. They only enjoy killing others. Today can be called the Day of Death because it took a huge number of people with it. The criminals not only wanted to kill, but also to steal valuable auction lots. Perhaps this was their main mission. After a long search, the Phoenix Potion was finally found, although it had already been sold. But it didn't matter now. Now it's clear why Nero asked to find this potion, even despite the threat to his life. You can gain incredible power just by looking at this potion. At that moment, there was a loud explosion in the room. It felt like someone had been playing with dynamite too much. Mr. Dyke ordered his warriors to defend themselves and destroy anyone who attacked them. They prepared their swords, but within seconds they were headed to hell. When the Dyke realized that he was being attacked by a person using the invisibility skill, it was already too late. He began screaming in pain within seconds of meeting this invisible monster. With the help of his chains, the dyke caught his rival and prepared to take revenge. He does not like those who attack and hide their face, so the punishment will be very cruel. John was surprised. He realized that the dyke had a skill that allowed him to track enemies in stealth mode. Everyone needs these skills, so Predator mode was enabled to take away this useful skill. There were many dead people in the Warp Gate Control Headquarters, as well as a large number of hostages. They were all surrounded by a huge number of monsters who had entered this world to destroy everything around them. The demon was not satisfied. Everything was going according to his plan. So now those who believe in God will be even more afraid of his existence. All he had to do was get the Phoenix Potion, at which point an assistant approached him and said that a message had come from the dykes. The demon was informed that there was some problem and was given a phone to talk to. On the other side, John was talking to him. He told Nero that he had taken the Phoenix Potion for himself and was not going to return it. John said that if Nero wants his potion back, he must come to him, so this is a challenge to a duel. It is obvious that John wants to use this potion to improve his stamina and magical power. The power of the Phoenix will give him the opportunity to fight the demon on equal terms. He traveled through many dungeons in search of something similar, but he only found it here. Now you don't have to worry about this precious potion falling into the hands of bad people, such as Satan. He went down and saw that all the guards and thieves were dead. Of course, he had not come alone, but with his disciples. He was told that the last connection with John was right here, and the devil immediately sensed his presence. He said that this guy wasn't running away. He's been in front of them all this time, and now he'll show himself. John appeared and smiled. He thought the invisibility technique was perfect, but it wasn't quite so. John reminded that Satan should be responsible for security, but it turns out that he is the most dangerous in this building. In response, he heard only laughter. Now it was clear that the devil had come to find the Phoenix Potion. Despite the fact that there were many high-ranking hunters in the building, they were unable to find the bomb. And this is very strange. It is impossible to enter East Point without permission, so John expected that there would be a traitor among the visitors. Of course, it turned out to be quite strange that the traitor who went over to the side of evil would turn out to be the company's CEO, Satan. This thief smiled again and asked the young warrior to remain calm in this terrible situation. After that, almost instantly, he disappeared from sight, so John must prepare himself because he is in danger. Our main character understood this perfectly well, so he managed to get out his dagger and defend himself from the attack. Satan is trying to take the Phoenix Potion. This fool still doesn't understand that this potion is no longer there. The sorcerer must use all his strength to defeat John, although there is no guarantee that he will be stronger than this guy. Other warriors didn't even think of interfering when high-level masters were fighting. It was better to calmly watch and enjoy the battle. In addition, this battle really turned out to be very interesting. John defended in the first minutes, but then began to counterattack. John senses the enemy's approach only from the sounds and feelings of threat. It's very difficult for him to defend himself because this sorcerer can see him perfectly with the help of his magical abilities. This gives him a minimal advantage, but at this level, a minimal advantage may be enough to win. They have similar invisibility skills, however, the difference in their skills becomes obvious. It's time to remind you that John drank the Phoenix Potion, which means he can use his powers in a double effect. Everyone around immediately felt this incredible aura of the King of Knights. Now no one makes fun of this young hunter. John probably used this to find his invisible opponent, and he succeeded. Now he has angered the devil, and this sorcerer wants to show his full potential. This battle could not be heard on the upper floors, with several meters of concrete between them. But even that couldn't withstand this battle because when two top-class hunters meet, everything around them starts to fall apart. Shaitan showed his potential and pinned John to the ground. Now he took out his sword and prepared to kill the boy. At the last moment, the chains held him back. John smiled and showed with his whole appearance that he was in control of the situation. He kicked the sorcerer and closed the distance between them. It was all just his plan. John used the skill not to find the devil, but to prevent him from escaping beyond the radius of action. Now the time of reckoning has come. The devil has allowed himself to be too arrogant and must pay for it with his own health. This young warrior should not be underestimated. It cost him too much. Soon the battle was over. They had made a lot of noise, but it was all behind them. Single-handedly, John defeated this entire team of sorcerers and imprisoned them along with Satan. The guy hopes to hear and understand why a person with a huge amount of money decided to become a criminal. These words angered the sorcerer even more. He ordered John to be silent, otherwise he would be left without a tongue. The devil must have completely forgotten that he was bound and could no longer threaten anyone. Too many words for an ordinary murderer who sold out to the forces of darkness. Everyone already knows about the terrorist attack. Many associations in every country are trying to send help here. When it happens, the demons will be destroyed. Shaitan started laughing when he heard these words. He realized that John knew nothing. So there is something that this young hunter did not think about, and that he could not foresee. The situation has already been reported to Joseph and the entire New Korea Players Association. They were all very excited and scared, especially the master of the Alchemist Guild, Paul. The auction doesn't just feature items from the guild, there are also many serious guests from New Korea, and now they are all in danger. As soon as Joseph learned about the terrorist attack, he immediately organized a support unit to the scene. This is an elite unit of hunters led by an experienced pot warrior. They must complete all tasks. There is no way to get inside the building right now because there are some difficulties. When the East Point Warp Gate Control Office was overrun by demons, all gates were immediately blocked. However, I'm sure everything will be fine. There are 2 S-rank hunters in the building right now. Representatives of the association and guild do not yet know that Shaitan turned out to be a traitor, so they hope that he, together with John, will save the situation. During this conversation, the mayor entered the room. Let's remind you that she is the leader of the Night Wanderers Guild. Meanwhile, John was talking to Satan about a contract with the devil, an unusual topic for conversation. Contract with the devil is Nero's strongest skill. He can make sacrifices and summon high-level monsters. Only now did John realize that all these hostages would become victims of the demon, which is why they were not killed from the very beginning. It is not known how, but the mayor also knows about this and came to tell other decision-makers. Their reaction was about the same as John's. They were all shocked and excited after what they heard. Demon Nero now has at least 100 hostages, so he will be able to summon a huge number of monsters. In this case, disaster will be inevitable, so if John and everyone else want to stop it, they must act very decisively. Shaitan believes that even if John could defeat him, he still wouldn't be able to prove himself stronger than Nero. Now John must choose between watching innocent people die or fighting a battle he has no chance of winning. An incredible opponent in terms of characteristics, so a battle with him is almost guaranteed death. The hostages still did not understand what would happen to them next. They hoped that they would be exchanged for money or valuables. The demon was told that the devil was not responding or getting in touch, so something had happened to him as well. It is also already known that John took the Phoenix Potion and now his whereabouts are unknown. Nero is not at all worried about all this. He knows that in a personal battle he will not lose to anyone. He brought one of the hostages closer to him and said that if John didn't want to come out to them, they would force him to come. Soon the light went out in this large hall. Nero did this to instill panic in the people. The victim he had under his control disappeared in almost a second. Soon, John appeared behind the demon. He realized that he could not wait any longer and decided to take a risk by coming here. Nero managed to dodge his attack in time and prepared to strike back. Now he can finally demonstrate his potential. This wizard is really as strong as they say. John quickly realized that it would not be an easy walk for him. He would have to work to win. Soon everything around was surrounded by fire. Probably all demons love large-scale special effects. Even in Nero's head, there are hidden monsters. It's even hard to imagine what he hides in his pockets. Nero knows he's fighting a guy named John, but he can't understand why he decided to die so early. People around began to beg the guy to save their lives. They had been waiting for help for a very long time and had already stopped believing in salvation. We had to silence them, because even though they were not to blame for anything, now they are only getting in the way. At this moment, monsters began to attack John. Of course, they were summoned by a demon because he didn't want to do the dirty work. They are all very hungry and want to taste delicious human meat. John was able to dodge their attacks and readied his weapon to cut them to pieces. After he obtained the skill of the King of Knights in the Apocalypto Double Dungeon, he is no longer afraid of anything. Of course, the monsters are much bigger than him, and they also have a numerical advantage, but his skills are on a completely different level. He will have problems at first, but sooner or later he will adapt to their weaknesses and find a way to victory. All of these monsters are connected to the demon through a contract with the devil. They are much stronger than other monsters in the dungeons. Now they are all under the rule of Nero and obey only his orders. They feel its magical power within themselves and become stronger than their relatives. Much stronger. That's why John couldn't destroy them on the first try. He expected the monsters to be the same as in the dungeon. Just because John defeated Satan, he should not think that he can go against the will of God. People watched as their last hope fought monsters and lost faith in success. When they first saw John, they were already mentally imagining how they would relax at home. But now they were once again faced with the harsh reality. On the other hand, Because of John, the hunters and monsters were distracted from the hostages, and so far they are not in danger. Although John had to retreat, he did not run away, and he does not let any monster go to the hostages. This already makes it clear that he came here to save another life, like a true noble knight. All the hostages started to cheer for John with tears in their eyes. They are not stupid and understand that he is their last hope. With every minute of the fight, this young talent adapts more and more to his opponents and seizes the initiative. With his chains, he grabs them by the neck and makes them suffocate. John is extremely angry. This day turned out to be much more difficult than expected. But if not him, then there is no one else to save people. The problem is that the monsters never end. Sometimes it even seems that with every minute there are more and more of them. Nero saw his opponent go mad with rage. He understood that this was a good sign and believed that the boy would soon surrender. In such a critical situation, the only thing left to do is call on a support group for help, and John has an interesting idea. He called the security guard Mark, who had been there all day. Let's remind you that this guy is a rank A hunter. He was a little late, but now he's ready to help and save the hostages. This guard must play an important role in this story if he wants everything to end well. Half an hour ago, they met with John downstairs. Then John told him that Satan and his people had been revealed as traitors. John explained that the main problem now is that the main gate control office is filled with monsters. If these were ordinary demons, everything would be much easier. But monsters cannot observe such a situation. They want to eat. And when they see a huge number of hostages, they immediately start preparing for dinner. That's why John turned to Mark, because he has a skill in gate management that is incredibly needed today. Mark explained that he could not contact the Players Association because he did not know the exact point of deformation. The young talent explained that it doesn't matter now. The main thing is to destroy the monsters. Everything else is nuances. That's why John arrived on time and started doing what he loved. No, I don't mean eating donuts on his couch. He started operating the gates to the dungeon. Nero quickly realized that something was not going according to plan, and he didn't like it at all. For now, he could do nothing. He could only watch as a huge number of monsters returned to the abyss. When Mark first heard this plan, he thought it was just fairy tales and high school student fiction, and it wouldn't work. It's hard to believe now that this plan actually turned out to be almost perfect. After the monsters returned to the abyss, it was time to destroy their leader, Nero. John turned to Mark and said that he had already played his part in this story. Now he must take the hostages with him and immediately escape to a safe place. John will stay here and fight the demon. They are on the same level, so in this battle, all sides have a chance to win. These brazen words from a young and self-confident guy angered the demon. He took this challenge as an insult. This is exactly what John expected. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but his preparation gave him extra confidence. Although Mark wanted to help his new friend, I understand that now he really needs to think about rescuing the hostages. When John saw that all these people were now safe, he felt lighter in his soul. Now he could concentrate on the battle. He was only distracted for a second, but that was enough to set the entire building on fire. The battle was started. Nero, as the elder demon, decided to attack first and kill this worm without any further expectations. He believes he is fighting a guy who is too young, so he should win as easily as possible. It is immediately clear that Nero is making a classic mistake. He underestimates John too much. He probably has the right to do so. His skills and abilities are at a high level, but it could play a bad joke on him. We're used to John losing in the first few rounds, but then, like a phoenix, he rises from the dead and snatches victory. History repeats itself again. So far, John is finding it very difficult to defend himself against all those powerful attacks. It doesn't matter how many monsters this guy destroys because death awaits him anyway. A few minutes ago, John was smiling and trying to anger his opponent. Now the situation has changed somewhat. Nero feels invincible. He summoned his defenders and ordered them to eat the boy. At such moments, you understand why he is called a demon. He was truly born into the world of the devil. John must quickly get back on his feet and regain his strength, because the hunt for his head has already begun. Even in the most difficult situations in his life, John never stops smiling and joking. He said that he would still be able to kill Nero, even if he were completely powerless. After these words, he summoned the Predator's skill and decided to demonstrate what he was capable of. Finally, this arrogant old man will realize that he underestimated the younger generation of land hunters. All this time, John had been hiding his true power, but now he had revealed his cards. This legendary battle deserves spectators around. Unfortunately, there are only the two of them in this hall. Nero admitted that he underestimated his opponent, but now he understands that Hunter John is the best victim for monsters. Not only was John hiding his power all this time, Nero was also fighting at half his potential. He activated some unknown spell and strange things started happening to his people. Soon a huge green demon appeared near John, also called the Bone Dragon. In any case, there is a lot of fun in this building today. This event will go down in history. Guard Mark was involved in rescuing people. His task is simple. He must take her to a safe place. This turned out to be no easy task, as Nero's assistants happened to be on their way. It seemed impossible to avoid a big battle, but at that moment, something happened to these thieves as well. Within seconds, they were destroyed. Probably the demon Nero had taken their power for himself. I realized that something extraordinary was happening on the top floor. He would like to be with John and help him at this difficult time, but he is busy with other things right now. John would definitely not refuse help now, because it would be very difficult for him to defend himself against such a huge monster. This old grandfather turned out to be very energetic for his age, and he was not going to give up. While John was losing this battle, he didn't know that he would have to fight not only the demon but also his monster. This dragon attacked him almost non-stop, and as soon as the boy got up, he immediately had to defend himself from a new attack. He doesn't even have time to come up with a winning strategy. The brutal beating continued for 10 minutes, but then John tried to seize the initiative. He hasn't forgotten that he also has extraordinary abilities, so he has to strike back. His predatory aura should prove stronger than this bone scarecrow. He already tried to attack, but the dragon successfully defended against his attacks and delivered powerful blows in return. It is unlikely that anyone will be able to restore this building in the near future. Today, it has suffered serious damage. The demon Nero was surprised. He did not expect that after such an attack John could survive. No matter how difficult it is, the strength of the predator maintains the health characteristics of its owner, especially at critical moments. John felt that his opponent was extremely strong. He was barely able to block the attack using all his strength. It's hard to believe that they are both on the same level. Over time, John began to realize that if a demon was forced to control such immense power, then he was also in danger. There is no doubt that this old man is almost at the limit of his capabilities. This means that if you delay the time and continue the battle, John will have a good chance of winning. Of course, it's easier said than done because when you're fighting such a powerful monster, every minute brings you closer to death. Nero understood the guy's plans. He replied that such tricks don't work on him. Mark watched all these events along with the rescued hostages. They were shocked, especially after the monster stopped attacking John and turned its attention to them. He instantly approached the room they were in and began to attack. In the new Korea Players Association, all attention is now focused on the demon interference situation. Soon the emergency gate was connected, the coordinates of the East Point were set. Now the new Korea is the only country that still remains connected. No matter how strong Hunter John is, if anyone enters these gates now, they will be in extreme danger. The hunter said again that they didn't care. He ordered his team to be confident and step forward. They must find and save people's lives because that's what they became hunters for. Surely the people from the association understand that every second can cost human lives. Not everyone managed to survive after the monster's attack, but when some of the people came to their senses, they saw that John was still fighting for her life. He protects ordinary people with his own body and health, which is probably how a true hero should behave. It's not easy for him because in front of him stands a huge monster controlled by a demon from hell. Mark tried to stop John and asked him to run away immediately while there was still a chance. Mark is partly right. If John is unable to fight the monster one-on-one, then it remains to find another way out of the situation. Of course, running away is not a solution at all. It's better to wait until the demon has used up all his strength and energy. He cannot give up yet. He must find the right path to victory, no matter how difficult it may be. It seemed that John had reached the limit of his capabilities. At that moment, everything around him seemed to go dark, and he heard a familiar voice. This voice said that he could no longer watch, even though there were only wounded people and Mark around him. Suddenly, the system reported that the predator's wounds had been temporarily revised. The strength limits were exceeded, and the body could not resist the predator's strength. This means that John is currently rising to the level of a predator of SS rank. At first, the demon Nero calmly watched this, but then he felt that the boy's aura was changing. Within seconds, his ability boost reached the highest possible rank. Now it is impossible to undo the predator's skill. His body has never been so strong. The voice that spoke to him belonged to the White King. It was he who gave John strength at a critical moment. At first, the guy thought he was dying. Then, he thought again that he was dying for no reason. Nevertheless, his body was completely restored. All wounds healed, so he did not die at all, but on the contrary became stronger. The demon initially also believed that his own aura had eaten John from the inside. He was already preparing to celebrate the victory. He saw how the boy could not withstand the load and lost consciousness. But for some reason, the surrounding aura of the predator does not stop. Where did you say that if John doesn't want to bow to God, he will face a cruel death? After these words, the boy stood up, although his consciousness was still in a fog. A few seconds later, it turned out that John had also called his pet. It turned out to be much larger than the green-bone dragon. It seemed like it was the devil's personal dog. Now Nero is no longer laughing. His good mood has probably gone somewhere. In such a formation, John truly becomes the embodiment of God. Even a demon has never seen such power. It seems that he was able to reach the limit of his possibilities thanks to death, because the living are not capable of such a thing. John looked at his enemy and raised his hand to activate his power. Within a few seconds, not even a wet spot remained from Nero and his monster. The system informed John that a new skill, a contract with the devil, had been registered, and after that he found himself in a dark place. He couldn't understand what was happening. He had just fought a demon and now he was bound in chains. He felt the paralysis of stone skin, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do anything. Something very strange was happening around, although there was no explanation yet. John tried to activate his skills, but suddenly he heard a voice saying that these skills did not belong to him. If he forgot, he must spit out everything he has absorbed in recent months. A second later, he opened his eyes and realized he had fallen out of his bed. Only now did he realize that it was a dream. There were no injuries, and the right arm that he had lost during the battle was now in place. At that moment, he saw that the hunter had come to him again. This was the meeting from the very morning. They went to the next room to have breakfast. This apartment had been arranged for John by the association and the alchemist. This is a response to a terrorist incident. Thanks to John, they were able to arrest Shaitan and his men. It was a very dangerous terrorist attack, but despite this, many people survived. So John became a hero. His relatives, as well as the president of the association, had already visited him. They were all concerned about his health. According to preliminary test results, John has no health problems, but I still stayed with him because I was afraid that demons might come to him. John looked at his hand and thought that he had lost his mind during the battle with Nero. He didn't remember what happened there at all. He expected the hunter to tell him everything, but it turned out that this hunter also knew nothing. Only the guard Mark observed this battle. He saw the original of this story. He understood that John was standing in front of him, but upon looking more closely, he realized that this was not the guy he knew at all. It seemed to him that some demon had taken possession of John's body, the only way to explain his appearance and strength. After that, this demon attacked Mark and caused him serious health problems. It soon became clear that this was the limit of this body, so the demon no longer wanted to stay in John's body. This was roughly the scenario of the last minutes of the battle in this building. After that, the gates opened and the association hunters entered to rescue the surviving humans. Although everyone was seriously injured, most were able to survive. Now people are unconscious, but their lives are not in danger. The whereabouts of the other demons and Nero were unknown. But few people thought about that right now. The association hunters looked around and tried to understand what had happened here. After that, I talked to the people who survived. All of them remember only that John tried to stop the demon. No one said anything specific. It seemed as if someone had interfered with their thoughts. In any case, John must regain his strength and be careful in the future. The mission is still completed today. Now John himself must unravel this mystery. Pak hints that Nero could have taken possession of his soul, but this seems impossible. John also cannot understand how his hand recovered, even though it was completely destroyed due to the predator's aura being too active. A contract with the devil could open the gates to the abyss, and this scares John. This technique is called summoning monsters, but it's better not to think about it now, because some more have come to John. Puck opened the door and let Linda into the room. She didn't come empty-handed and brought a lot of fruit with her. John was very surprised when he saw this girl in front of him. He didn't know that she was worried about his life. Maybe there is something between these two, but it's too early to talk about it. They started talking, although John didn't have time to clear the table after he left. Linda heard that he was seriously injured, but is glad to see that he is okay. She also already knows that he saved many lives after the terrorist attack. After that, she said that she had heard about the serious opponents he had fought, and she thought he had become too brazen. John remained calm and tried to understand why Linda had come to him in the first place. She originally came here because she was excited when she found out he was injured, but she didn't expect to see him okay. She feels an unreal aura around this guy, and realizes that some strange things are happening to him. Compared to the hunter test, he really changed, and became much stronger. At that moment, they heard the door to the room open, indicating an uninvited guest had entered. They didn't need to be scared too much because it turned out that it was Mary, Linda's sister, who had come. They immediately started arguing. Linda didn't understand why Mary had come to John's. Mary asked Linda to calm down and explained that she had come to make sure everything was okay, and that the association had told her the password to the door. It was all very strange, especially after Mary approached John and grabbed him like a doll. Linda was scared and tried to understand what her sister wanted to do to him. Mary replied that two high-ranking hunters live in the same house, so it's obvious what the relationship between them is. This made Linda blush with shame, but she didn't stop and asked her sister to calm down. John is also unhappy that he will be persuaded to join the guild again, even though he has refused to do so more than once. Mary replied that she had come to check on his health and also had a gift for him. She has already been to the association presidents and knows that John is going to participate in the Asian tournament. Despite all this activity at East Point, he is still ranked 30th, so he is not guaranteed a ticket to the tournament. That is why she is willing to give him the right to clear the double dungeon of the Fire Temple. After the terrorist attack, the East Point building was completely destroyed, but it is still an interesting place for research. According to rumors, the building maintained its shape for several hours after the terrorist attack, but then collapsed due to all this damage. Some came to see it with their own eyes. They will not rush to tell the leadership about it, because the goal has already been achieved. These masked men talked about money and mercenaries and didn't look around at all. A few seconds later, a huge ship sailed towards them, and they were informed that they were surrounded. Only East Point investigation staff can enter this area, and no one else. Therefore, these sorcerers must immediately lay down their weapons and surrender. The ship's captain overestimated his capabilities, which is why he and his crew quickly ended up in the water. His ship also sank. That's what happens when you meet the wrong people. These evil characters have incredible power, and they are also very interested in John. Now let's move on to the main office of the Night Wanderers Guild. This building is a true work of art. It has already been reported that John is participating in the strategy. He is a hero and a new star of the country. Many people gathered to see this talented hunter with their own eyes. They will give him the right to clear the dungeon, and after that they will determine the distribution of items and raid participants. This gift was very unexpected. Clearing the Fire Temple dungeon is an incredible chance. The Fire Temple is the second double dungeon in New Korea, so named because the entrance to the dungeon resembles a burning flame. Before the regression, the Night Wanderers Guild had succeeded in clearing out, but was close to complete destruction. Given the risk, it is safe to say that there will be a huge progress in the overall value of John. Perhaps due to the destruction of his right arm, his strength and endurance indicators had decreased significantly, so he considered the new task too difficult. However, he became more confident because he had the mayor and all these people around him, so they couldn't lose by clearing the double dungeon. Even if it weren't difficult, all these nuances give him additional faith in his own abilities. There are about 300 people who will not be participating in the cleanup of the Fire Temple, all of whom wish the cleanup team success. There will only be 2 people in the Fire Temple attack group, obviously John and Mary. Everyone believes in their talents and capabilities, although they understand that not having a double dungeon is an incredible risk. John tried to understand why they were going together. Mary replied that they had a date in the dungeon. Soon they entered and finally found themselves in the legendary dungeon. John immediately saw that everything around him looked about the same as in the apocalypse, where he had been before. They need to figure out how to get down, and also remember to be careful or it could be an ambush with monsters. As soon as John said these words, unknown tentacles grabbed Mary and the girl fell into this gorge. Jonah expected it wouldn't be easy, so he immediately prepared his weapon and jumped after her. Monsters always appear at the most inopportune moment, such is their nature. At first, John was worried, but then he saw Mary smiling. She was probably happy that they had found a way to get down. It's too early to celebrate. They are waiting for a huge number of monsters who want to eat them. Although Mary is a girl, her strength and fighting skills are no less than those of most men. She is a true professional in her field, and if necessary, she is ready to do all the dirty work with her own hands. She revels in her power, and her eyes sparkle when she encounters monsters. John was very surprised when he saw how she worked. There were strong and powerful monsters around, but she destroyed them with one blow. Last time, she didn't show him all her abilities, although he knew she was very strong. He didn't expect to see such power. However, now it is clear why they came here alone. John must also make his efforts to clean up. Soon the first pack of monsters was destroyed, almost all of them killed by the Mary's blows. The hole turned out to be quite deep, but they successfully climbed down. There were a lot of monsters, but none of them created any serious problems for the mayor. All this seems strange because John does not understand why the Night Wanderers Guild was on the verge of destruction in the past. Almost immediately, the Warrior's Ring was found. It has a unique rank and gives additional strength and endurance. With this item, you can restore the characteristics that fell after the destruction of John's right hand. Mary gave the boy not only this item, but also promised much better treasures. It remains only to understand why she is doing all this. John asked her to follow him because it seemed he had found something interesting. It soon became apparent that they had finally reached the place where the master of this double dungeon lived. As they approached closer, they saw a huge egg of unknown rank. John has no idea what kind of monster awaits them, but the battle with him will not be easy. The guy asked the mayor to stay put and gather more information, but the mayor is too restless a woman. He hadn't even had time to get ready when she started acting, so it's never sad with her. She approached this large egg and began to attack it. John tried to understand why this woman always did everything according to her own plan and didn't work as a team. In any case, so far everything is going well for her. Mary destroyed the egg and even managed to joke about it. In terms of strength, it was most likely an S-rank monster, mid-range or lower. She didn't expect to be able to destroy it with one blow. John looked at the broken egg and wasn't sure if she had really been able to destroy this monster. After that, they were blinded by a very bright light. Probably not everything was as easy as it seemed. Soon they heard the monster's voice. He didn't expect these small slugs to be able to get here. These are probably very interesting characters, and he will be very pleased to destroy them with his own forces. So they met the master of the double dungeon of the Fire Temple. This monster is a real phoenix. You can tell from the hunters' faces that they are not very happy to see this creature. The phoenix is a monster with such incredible abilities for regeneration and resistance to magic that it can even be safely called an immortal creature. John realized that the master of the double dungeon was a phoenix, an unusual phoenix at that, and a monster with blue fire. John immediately warned his partner that this phoenix could control the minds of others. It's too late to give her advice because now Mary is under the control of the phoenix, so she also becomes an enemy. She started attacking John. Now this girl can't control her body at all. The phoenix is doing it instead of her. John realized that he was in a very difficult situation. Not only did he not have an assistant, but now he had an additional enemy. We had to activate our strengths to stop the mayor. John tried to calm her down and tell her that they should work as a team, but she wouldn't listen to him at all. Mary is a very strong hunter. This has already become an obvious fact after we saw how she destroys monsters. Phoenix enjoyed watching these two kill each other. He considers humans to be incredibly stupid creatures. Mary's attack was very powerful. For a while, it even seemed like she could kill John. Of course, it's too early to draw such conclusions. Even the demon Nero couldn't kill this guy. Very quickly, John was able to imprison this aggressive woman with his chains. Now he finally guessed what had happened in this dungeon before his regression. He understood who had destroyed the squad that had come to defend this dungeon. This was done by the mayor. She also lost her mind and killed all her team members. Even though it will hurt a little, she will have to endure it because there is no other way out. After the John hit her, she lost consciousness, finally being able to be calm for a while. The chains and paralysis won't work for long. You'll have to try to bring her back to normal when she wakes up. If John destroys this phoenix before she awakens, he hopes Mary won't be offended. This blue bird likes to have fun. The phoenix took over Mary's mind just to make fun of John. This chicken has no right to behave like this with people. It's time to cut off her head. John tied Mary to him and went to fight with her. Strangely enough. But he should know better how to do it. Phoenix can't understand what this guy's doing. Maybe he's already lost his mind too. In any case, it's John's choice. He'll have to fight the mayor on his back. There's no other way. The boy's first attack turned out to be quite weak. The phoenix expected much more serious resistance. His body is made of fire, no matter how many attack him. But he is ready to burn any attack. Phoenix is sure that such a weak human body will never be able to defeat real blue fire. John hoped to defeat the monster while Mary was asleep, but without her help it would be very difficult. You just have to escape from your opponent's attacks and hide in safe places. Even though he has the legendary Phoenix in front of him, his ability to regenerate is still too strong. Even Wolverine and Deadpool would love to have such regeneration capabilities. John really did encounter a great Phoenix, and now he doesn't know what to do next. Some monsters are called great, unlike ordinary monsters. They are mutants with incredible strength. To distinguish them from other monsters, the rank S+ is added to the existing title of great. If this is really a great Phoenix, then with John's current skills it is impossible to destroy its ability to regenerate. If there is even a minimal chance of this, it's just using the Predator skill. But something similar to last time could happen. John is willing to use the Predator only for the final blow. But without this aura, he has no chance of victory. He needs to make the right choice. It was at this difficult moment that Mary woke up. She doesn't understand why he put on the chains, and her mind probably belongs to her again. John quickly explained that now was not the time to panic, because a large phoenix was watching them. Only now did the girl realize that her mind had been controlled all this time. She promised to never make such mistakes again and asked John to let her go. Meanwhile, the phoenix was approaching his dinner. He did not like that they were talking to each other in his presence. Now this mount wants to show them what he's capable of, but these hunters aren't going to give up without a fight either. Now they have joined forces again and will fight together, which is a double advantage. The battle of the blue flame against the high-ranking hunters, it is truly worth watching. John activated the Monarch's heart skill. Now his team's abilities are increased. This means that not only will he receive additional indicators, but the mayor will also be able to take advantage of this. She took out her weapon and transformed into a real god of war, and asked John to leave this dirty work to his sister. This can only mean one thing. Berserk mode is on. The incredible Amazon is now about to show her potential. Activating all skills by pouring out magical power is called a surge. Most hunters try to avoid this method because it can cause serious damage to your body. But if you can control this force for even a short while, you will gain power beyond human imagination. Now the mayor didn't care at all about her opponent's strength. She attacked him non-stop as if he were a little worm. Even John didn't expect to see something so grandiose. Now it's clear that you need to be more careful with the Amazons. After a huge explosion, the mayor lost consciousness. She controlled incredible power for quite a long time, but now she needs rest. Phoenix was very angry and decided to take this opportunity to take revenge. He was close to eating the mayor, but the fiery chains grabbed him by the neck. There is always a way to destroy even such incredible regenerative abilities. Although Mary did all the dirty work, John would have to make the final blow. The people in the Night Wanderers Guild were worried about the cleanup team. They should have returned long ago. Everyone knows that as soon as the guild boss starts fighting monsters, she loses her mind due to aggression. This was the main reason for the excitement, but they soon saw that someone had come out of the portal. Looking more closely, everyone realized that John was carrying Mary in his arms, and he calmly announced that the fire temple had been cleared. This moment was photographed by reporters, and soon the whole world saw a new hero. Everyone wrote about romantic relationships and a mysterious rendezvous in the dungeon. And the mayor didn't like this news very much when she woke up. She started yelling at her assistants and trying to figure out who leaked this information. The raid on the dungeons should have been confidential. This information should not have reached journalists. After that, the mayor started laughing nervously and suggested that they die together today. A little later, the leader of the association came into her room. He had also heard all this news. He was a little surprised to see the atmosphere in this chamber. The mayor must have been too angry about all this news. Joseph suggested that she get some fresh air and talk about the extraordinary surge of energy in the dungeon. The girl said that she trained a lot to control her energy, so she can activate emergency mode for a while without any problems. After that, the leaders of the association began to ask about John's abilities. The girl said that when she lost her energy, John personally defeated the Phoenix, although she did not see it. It's only been 2 days since the fire temple was cleared, but he's already gone to the abyss. This guy is truly incredible. A journey into the depths of the abyss will give him the opportunity to make great progress. But Joseph is not sure that this is the right decision for the new Korea. Mary replied that she also didn't really understand John. This guy was unpredictable sometimes. Everyone has a desire to rise, but after you reach a high level, a feeling of satisfaction appears and you take a break. It's strange because John doesn't show any sign of wanting to take a break. He's even now trying to continue his climb up the mountain. It's hard to understand John's motivation to continue getting stronger. Joseph replied that he had his own opinion on this. He thought John was too full of patriotism. This era is filled with cruel monsters and evil, so John decided to protect his country and survive this era. This is his motivation. Let's go to the depths of the abyss. There is always something to look at. A huge number of monsters inhabit this area. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to live here, even for a minute. This is the main room of the Prince of the Abyss. He is called the Igman. He is the Lord of the Vampires. He looked at his guest and said they were ready to talk about the Blood Oath. Everyone wants to gain the power of the vampire clan, but this chance falls only to the special ones. Such a chance fell to a Chinese hunter today. His type is a fighter, and his name is Donald. The path to the abyss can be found, especially if there is such a desire. John first entered this place after the regression occurred and was immediately welcomed inside. He was approached by a member of the World Hunters Association. He is responsible for managing Area 22 in the depths of the abyss. His name is Paul Becker, he is a rank A hunter, and he meets all the newcomers in this place. He very quickly studied the records and realized that John had descended into the abyss for the first time. In this case, they must find hunters who are willing to act as guides and mercenaries. The World Hunters Association creates bases everywhere that are safe spaces, also called hunters' zones. These zones are designed to aid in exploration, but it should not be forgotten that the depths of the abyss are very dangerous. This means that even if you are a high-ranking hunter, you still need protection, but John doesn't think so. He said that he didn't need protection because he could protect himself. Just at that moment, a huge earthworm attacked him. Becker immediately tried to warn his guest of the sudden danger. He was very surprised when, within a few seconds, John destroyed this ugly monster with his own hands. He assured the guide that everything would be fine, and he needed to walk around the place for a while. Soon he managed to destroy a real army of monsters, although he had only just begun his research. Thanks to the absorption of the Great Phoenix in the Fire Temple, he can now fulfill the conditions for activating the contract with the devil. Soon, he checked the information and saw that the contract had changed. Now it meant not controlling the monster, but creating a gate, as with Nero. This skill has become a one-time thing. Perhaps it all happened due to the influence of a predator. Instead of constantly carrying a large number of monsters with you, you need to find one powerful exhibit. John decided to use the Mana Enhancement Stone. This item enhances your mana due to its magical properties. The contract with the devil has been activated, and the gate is open. It looks very scary but interesting. John is excited to see where this gate will lead him and what exhibit awaits him. When he entered, he saw before him a huge kingdom, like in Disney fairy tales. He was surprised, but decided to climb the stairs and go inside. In the abyss, you expect to see something different. This place really looks a bit strange. For a while, he relaxed and almost paid for this mistake with his own life. Someone decided to start attacking the guy without warning. He immediately saw 3 monsters in front of him. They are called succubus, rank S. A succubus is a monster that sucks the life force out of people through mental attack. Their illusions are called brainwashing. Usually these monsters are at the entry level, but this time they are much stronger. They came to eat John, but as a result, they themselves will die. John has entered the depths of the abyss not to talk too long. He will act quickly and brutally. At first, it seemed that he would be able to defeat them easily, but the problem is that there are 3 of these girls, and they are good at working as a team. Each of them knows what to do, so the task becomes much more difficult. They have reactivated their love illusions. After such brainwashing, a man will never return to his past state. At least that's how it used to be until they met this special man. As soon as John destroyed one of them, he immediately turned his attention to the remaining ones, ordering them to kneel. With the help of his aura, he made both monsters fall to the ground. This is a real illusion. They couldn't believe that he was actually able to defend himself from their attack. But these women don't know that he has predator skills and resistance to illusion. John came here to sign a contract with the devil, and he will achieve his goal. To conclude a contract to summon a monster, one of 2 conditions must be met. You either have to give the monster what it wants, or subdue it by force. John's actions fully satisfy the second condition of the contract, so he will be able to summon a rank S monster. He came closer, and only then did the system notify him that these monsters were not the object of the contract. In a moment, women much stronger than those before appeared before him. They came to eat him, especially their leader, the great succubus. These women with extraordinary abilities love to eat men. Using their magical powers, they force them to submit to them and then do whatever they want to the poor men. An assistant approached the queen and told her that a man had come to their estate. This information amused the queen, for she had not felt the pleasure of entertainment for a long time. Seeing the monsters, John immediately began to run away because their number was too great. They hoped to capture him in order to give him as a gift to the queen, so their motivation is quite simple. In order to protect yourself, you must immediately activate the predator's aura, otherwise it may be too late. Don't forget that John is in the territory of these monsters, so they have an advantage from the very beginning. If ordinary succubi are not the objects of the contract, then as a result there is only one option left. A monster that uses its subordinates is called a queen. She can subdue even large succubi. Soon he was greeted by the queen's assistant and reported that the queen had been waiting for him for a long time. He entered her room and saw a huge number of dead men around. Not a very pleasant situation. The queen greeted him and asked him to feel at home. She is the queen and mother of all the monsters in this territory. This beauty's name is Rosaria. Now John understood that from the very beginning she was the object of the contract. The system reported a possible oath of challenge. Fulfilling one of the two conditions of the contract will be much more difficult, but John will try to do it. He was surprised to hear that she could speak human language. She wants to understand the purpose of his arrival in this territory. Perhaps he came by chance, or perhaps he is seeking fame and treasure. John replied that none of this concerned him at all. He had come here for only one reason, to receive the oath of challenge. In response, he heard only loud laughter. It must have been strange to hear such confident statements from an ordinary guy from the ground. Rosaria said that she had never been visited by a clown before, but every joke has its limit. She wonders if John will talk about the challenge oath when he becomes her toy. John is ready for any challenges. He knew it wouldn't be easy, because easy is never easy in such places. He will force her to submit to him, just as he did with her assistants. The battle began immediately. Rosaria was the first to attack, but John dodged her sharp tentacles. He took out his weapon and prepared to do whatever was necessary to receive the oath of challenge. This guy was overconfident and expected to achieve his goal with just one punch. It was hard for him to believe when he realized that it was just an unattainable dream. Rosaria is on a completely different level compared to other monsters. Only with the help of thought can she stop the activation of his skills and change the space around him. Of course, this is all just an illusion, but that's why she's called the Queen of Illusions. It turned out that from the very beginning she had taken control of him and forced his mind to see a completely different picture. John underestimated the power of this woman, and now he is forced to accept the consequences, whatever they may be. His mind is still in an illusion, but he needs to get out of here quickly if he wants to stay alive. Strange things were happening in his head. He found himself in a car with his parents, next to his young copy. John watched as the younger version of himself talked to his parents about high-ranking monsters. Little John dreamed of becoming a hero and buying his mom and dad everything they needed. In response, they smiled and said that everything would definitely work out for him, but they wanted him to live a happy life and be healthy. Little John replied that this life would be boring, and he dreams of something completely different. His parents never cared whether he would become a high-ranking awakened being or whether he would be able to provide for his family. They always just wanted him to be happy and healthy. A little later, the illusion made him see what was happening in the car after the car accident in which his parents died. That's how it all happened. That's how this little boy with a dream in his heart became an orphan. He was left with an uncle and aunt. They saved him and replaced his parents. After that, John saw boys from school who constantly beat and insulted him. His memories were different, but most of them made his heart ache. He was constantly mocked because people who do not have the skills of an awakened person should not descend into the abyss. He had no skills, so he could not assert his rights on an equal basis with others. Even his close relatives did not understand why he was doing this, because his body was not ready for descent into the abyss. They said they had enough money to live on, so there was no need to worry about them. His parents always wanted him to be happy, but to achieve happiness, it takes strength. At this moment, his internal system began to use the skill Queen's Hypnosis again. The system tried to fight for this mysterious force, but nothing worked, and all the characteristics decreased. In this situation, only a predator can help, who will be awakened by all these terrible illusions. Queen Rosaria came to meet the monster Asmodeus. He didn't expect that she would be able to defeat this guy named John. The queen said that there are some nuances that don't quite make sense. For some reason, there are memories in which John looks older than he is now. There are also memories with different outcomes, although at first glance they refer to the same time period. The queen wants to know what secrets this guy is hiding, to find answers to all these mysteries. At that moment, everything around began to collapse, as if someone had intervened in the process shortly after. Rosaria saw before her the White King, the same one who had given John his power. She was shocked. The queen looked at the whole creature and couldn't even move. Some unknown force very quickly approached her and took over her body and consciousness. It turned out to be John. He said that spying on other people's memories is a terrible hobby for a queen. After that, the boy asked her again if she was ready to take the oath of defiance. Otherwise, death awaited her. Rosaria didn't expect anyone to be able to break out of her illusion, but she still thinks John is stupid. She is sure that he will not be able to kill her with this iron toy. Very quickly, this woman grabbed him with her tentacles and said a somewhat strange phrase. She accepts the contract. After these words, she bit his shoulder and John began to scream from unbearable pain. Nevertheless, the system reported that the terms of the contract were fulfilled, and the oath of summons was being taken. The skill contract with the devil has been replaced with Queen's husband. The rank of this technique has also been changed. Now John will be able to activate full hypnosis and will also increase his charm stats. Rosaria smiled and said that whoever the White King chose should rest. Soon John opened his eyes and saw what was in front of the portal. and next to him was Becker. This member of the World Hunters Association was very happy that John was doing well and was healthy. He found John in the Hunters area after returning from patrolling the area. John immediately remembered what had happened and realized that the Rosary had sent him here. As expected, it was not all a dream. The contract with the devil was replaced with the skill of summoning the Queen's husband, and John also learned full hypnosis. If he summons the Rosary, he can defeat even the national forces he faces in the Asian-friendly tournament. The technique of hypnosis also has a wide range of effects, but it is still unclear why she changed her mind. He also couldn't understand what her last words meant, that he must regain his strength because he was chosen by the king. He will find out the answers to all these questions later, but right now Paul Becker wants to understand something. He asked what John planned to do next, and advised him to hire a bodyguard to be his guide. John smiled and said that he was pleased to hear these words, but there was no need for this, as he had completed all his business in the abyss. After that, it's time to return home. The atmosphere there is much more pleasant. Soon, the leader of the Night Wanderers Guild was discharged from the hospital. The deputy leader of the Night Wanderers Guild, Khan, along with his men, came to congratulate her personally. She couldn't understand how many more people she had to beat up to prove she was in good shape. And they reported that there was some interesting news. Hunter John had returned from the depths of the abyss. It sounds strange because too little time has passed to explore the abyss, although perhaps this guy is really special. Khan said that the problem is not that John is back, but who he wants to meet. His goal is very simple, to see the boss of the Inseparables, one of the 4 largest guilds. The boss of this guild is called Hunter Khan, and he is ready to meet John in person. As soon as the Khan saw John in front of him, he immediately suggested that they fight each other to see which of them was the strongest. Usually when you come to visit someone, they offer you tea, but in this guild they immediately offer you sparring. Kang is one of the strongest hunters. He is called the best tank in Korea. Many legends are composed about him. He can fight monsters for dozens of hours without stopping, because this guy is really very powerful. He decided to attack first as the host, which is a classic, because he always recruits people to the guild only after sparring. He was already ready to fight, and at that moment he received a hard slap in the face from his secretary. Karen is also a hunter, and she doesn't want her boss to hear unpleasant words from the Human Rights Commission again. If he continues to fight everyone around him, he will be forbidden from entering the abyss. After that, Karen turned to John. She said that it was not necessary to fight. They were ready to officially offer him to join the guild without it. If John is ready to join them, there will be no need to spar. So if he refuses, he will have to fight. So the offer is quite interesting. Everyone already knows that he is going to take part in the Asian-friendly tournament. The Guild of the Indivisible is the most specialized guild in the field of abyssal exploration, among all others. If John becomes part of their team, he will be able to make up for his lack of achievements very quickly. Kang asked the secretary to calm down. If John didn't want to join, he would have to fight. But very quickly, this young talent replied that he had changed his mind, so he was ready to join their team. To be more precise, he only wants to use their methods to achieve his own ends. John said that whoever wins will get everything he wants, and Kang had no choice but to agree to these terms. Soon, many people gathered in the dueling arena at the Indivisible headquarters. Reporters had already surrounded John and were trying to figure out if he was really being forcibly recruited into the guild. Few people believe that John has a chance of winning, because his opponent is the best tank in the New Korea. John was very angry about all these questions and dreamed that the journalists would get rid of him. In a little while, he would be ready to tear everyone to shreds. Suddenly, he saw reporter Kim approaching him, the same girl who was always there during important events. She has a special ability. She knows how to avoid possible dismissal at the last moment. John grabbed her hand and said hello. They hadn't seen each other in a long time. Everyone around was very surprised when they saw that they knew each other. Everyone immediately started taking pictures of this couple. Kim was surprised that a superstar like John remembered her, even though she wasn't close friends with him. John told all the reporters that he would only answer their questions through Kim, although she didn't like it. Now she had become the main magnet for journalists, and John could safely leave and prepare for battle. Soon, he entered the arena and saw that his opponent was ready to face him. Khan loves battles. He has already begun to worry that John ran away because of the fear of death. John replied that he was ready to fight and immediately activated the stone skin skill. Now the grand match that everyone has been waiting for so long will begin. The conditions of the fight are very simple. You have to bring your opponent to his knees. The battle began and everyone activated their strengths. John is ready to shine in front of the audience, as always. When using the spirit of the Night King to its full potential, John can defeat a serious opponent, so he is confident in his own abilities. Even a hunter like Can will have a hard time fighting him, but you can't underestimate this guy. It is not for nothing that it is called the best tank of the New Korea. It will not be easy to defeat it with the help of ordinary tricks. This guy can move so fast that he is also compared to a leopard. But not only is speed his strong point, he can also hit incredibly hard. Because of his strength, he seems like a bear, so in other words, he is a real beast. John realized that it was time to work as a poacher, otherwise he would lose this battle very quickly. Therefore, it seemed that he would be able to grab his opponent with chains, but this bull turned out to be stronger than all expectations. Every minute, Khan summoned a new beast to his aid. It was incredible. Because of this, John could not adapt to the characteristics of his opponent, because they were constantly changing. We should have prepared and tuned in much better for this battle. Underestimating our opponent could lead to disaster. The leader of the Indivisible Guild clearly enjoyed his power. He loves to shine in the rays of glory. John withstood all these blows and remained alive, although the energy in his body was decreasing. He lost the first round, but that doesn't mean he's ready to kneel before the Khan and admit defeat. The guild leader replied that with the help of his dinosaur, he was ready to bring even King Kong to his knees. The audience felt ecstasy when they came to this arena. They never spared money for such a performance. The mayor personally watched the battle with her deputy, and she was also pleased with this fantasy. If John loses, he will become a member of the Indivisible Guild, so the conditions are quite simple. The hunter's skills are called the Blessing of Wild Beasts. He imitates the strength of various beasts and demonstrates incredible power in close combat. It seems that even a strong fighter like John has no chance of winning this duel. Although, if you've been watching this talented guy closely, you've noticed that he always leaves the ace up his sleeve for last. Within a few seconds, he once again confirmed that he was the most gifted hunter in the country. The audience was incredibly shocked and couldn't even comment on what had happened. All that remained was to photograph this event with our mouths open. They can be understood because the guild leader knelt before this young man, which means that John won this duel and can now get whatever he wants. No one could believe that the boss of the Inalienable Guild had actually lost this battle, even though he had previously been called invincible. John expected something like this, although he didn't think he could corner such a serious opponent. He was lucky that during the last attack, the mind control skill, the complete hypnosis that the rosary gave him, worked perfectly. John ordered his opponent to kneel, and the Khan immediately obeyed the order. He was incredibly angry and couldn't believe that he had really lost this battle. He couldn't even understand how it happened. In any case, what's done is done. Now there's no turning back the clock. Although it is unknown what skill John used, even Khan admits that the loss was his mistake. She watched this battle with pleasure. She was not surprised by the result. Although I was certainly impressed that John was able to win as technically and beautifully as expected, he has many strengths. He never ceases to amaze her with each subsequent meeting, at such a pace she could fall deeply in love. After the defeat, the Khan approached his former rival. John extended his hand to him and said that it was a fair and spectacular fight. The guild leader wanted to understand only one thing: whether John understood from the very beginning that he would win with the help of hypnosis. John replied that he was forced to use this technique because the opponent was very strong, after which they shook hands. He can choose anything, money, or some very valuable artifact. John's desire turned out to be completely different. He doesn't want a material object. He is interested in the Minotaur's Labyrinth. In other words, he wants to participate in a raid on this dungeon. Soon, the New Korea Players Association also began talking about the Minotaur's Labyrinth. The labyrinth is a difficult space with a lot of ambushes, and you must take an awakened person who has the search skill there. Although the location is at the beginning of the abyss, a huge number of hunters and guilds suffered a crushing defeat there. Now the Indivisibles have received the right to raid this place. This information was confidential, and they have been preparing for this raid for a long time. That's why it's strange that Hunter John found out about all this. Now anything can happen. So the association's concerns are understandable. In any case, the only thing left for them is to believe in those who are going to clean up this damn place. In their younger years, they were also very determined, so they can understand John's desire. The association boss is worried not because of the difficulty of the cleanup, but because of the human factor, although he hopes everything will go well. He received an urgent call from the Japan Hunters Association, something that doesn't happen very often. It turned out that the saint personally sent an invitation to the hunter John, and this is interesting. Let's move to the gate control room on the ground floor of the association. 100 hunters have been gathered to raid the Minotaur's Labyrinth, all already assembled. The guild leader is ready to lead them as a true leader. His authority gives confidence to others. Thus, they went into the dungeon and immediately encountered a huge number of monsters. It wasn't easy inside the Minotaur's labyrinth, but all the hunters knew what they were getting into, so they were ready for it. John destroyed monsters with incredible speed. Sometimes it even seems like he is playing a computer game and not living real life. Even the Khan noted his fighting skills, although this man rarely praises his men. John received a weapon from the guild leader because his previous sword needed to be sent in for repair. This dagger turned out to be very sharp and light. Its rank is very rare, and the name of this dagger is Aslan. John's participation in this raid is beneficial for the guild, which is why he received this gift from the boss. The Labyrinth Minus. Tavor is a place where all past raids have failed, and this has been going on for over 30 years. This time, everything should be different. The participants in this raid are experienced, high-ranking veterans. They not only successfully destroy monsters, but also remain cautious and focused throughout the raid. Each of them knows how to work in a team and use the skills of their partners. In addition, a few months ago they had to find the key to the dungeon. In the depths of the abyss, the corpse of a monster was found, probably from the labyrinth. It was a huge corpse of a minotaur, with a tattoo resembling the symbols found in the labyrinth. When the Khan touched the monster's corpse, its entire body, except for its single horn, immediately turned to ash. If he is really from the labyrinth, then using the search skill you can see the tracks and follow him. This way, you can easily find the center of the maze, which is the team's main plan. Soon they continued their search. The guy in the hat has the search skill and leads the team behind him. Thus, within a few hours they were in place. The center of the labyrinth had been reached. In front of them was a huge statue of a minotaur monster, yet it did not move. The horn that was found earlier must be attached to this statue. They brought it with them all this time, despite the fact that it weighs almost a ton. Up to this point, events correspond to the information that John had before the regression. The raiding party used the horn of the Great Minotaur and reached the end of the labyrinth. But then something else happened. Khan climbed onto the large statue and attached a huge horn to it. Everyone around was happy and celebrating as if they had won the World Cup. It seemed like everything was great, but then it became very light around, and a monster's aura appeared in this building. Almost 100 warriors watched their leader and waited for a successful outcome. After what happened, there are fewer than 10 of them left, and there is still no explanation for this. The statue turned into a huge skeleton, although a few seconds ago it was stone. Parts of the team ended up in different locations. Some ended up in a very cold place. Some were even less lucky, and they almost drowned in some swamp. Of course, all this is just children's fun compared to death from a volcanic eruption. Only John remained calm. It was clear that he had been waiting for this activation and was not at all surprised. This is called spatial movement ambushes, and if you are not prepared for it, then death awaits you. Many people learned about these events. In the world of hunters, rumors are worth their weight in gold. The bandits also knew that John had joined the raid on the Minotaur's labyrinth. All this was too unexpected for them, but they are ready to stop the operation if the Shadow Lord orders it. The Lord replied that this was not necessary. 5 high-ranking occultists had infiltrated the raiding party, their total number being more than 20. So no matter how strong John and Can are, there is a limit to even their capabilities. Having spent all their strength on conquering the labyrinth, they will have no opportunity to fight the shadows of the occultists. So there are a lot of people waiting for this outcome, and they all want to see John and Can die. Meanwhile, the Coma people who had fallen into the jungle with John began to get to know each other. The first to step forward was Miranda. She is a rank B hunter, a member of the Inseparables team. After these words, she immediately fell to the ground, because she was hit with all her strength by John, who knows that it's all a lie, and this girl is actually an occultist, whose name is Milena. John is the youngest hunter of the S rank. Many people wonder who he really is. Is John a true hero who always protects ordinary people like Leader Khan? Or, as the rumor goes, he is the one who saved the residents of East Point, even at the risk of his own life. In any case, whatever the answer for George, John is definitely a great man who should be respected. Now, George is shocked by what is happening. He is a member of the Inseparable Guild and has the skill of magic balls. When he saw that John had knocked out the girl, he thought he had imagined it. Nevertheless, John assured that everything was under control because he had just hit the occultist. George couldn't believe it and prepared a weapon to kill this crazy guy. John wasn't lying at all, but it didn't matter because he could die now. George couldn't believe that his hero would turn out to be a deranged psycho in such a crisis situation. He cannot believe that Miranda is an occultist because she is a precious companion who has been exploring the abyss by his side for a long time. George immediately approached this girl and began to provide her with first aid. He wants to take her with him and run away. It's unlikely he'll succeed, especially after that missed powerful right hook. She came to her senses and said that no one had the right to touch her body, especially such a dirty pig as George. Now John was smiling again because he had been right and had struck the traitor. The occultists realized that they could no longer remain in the shadows, so it was time to attack. They tried to corner John, but he quickly disappeared from their sight. He didn't expect all three to turn out to be traitors, but he was ready for any plot twist. They were surprised because none of the members of the Guild of Inseparable Teams with whom they had spent many years together had noticed this. That's why Milena wants to understand how this young man was able to guess about their betrayal. John assured that the problem was not her bad acting. He came from the future, so he knows everything in advance. Of course, no one believed him. Everyone thought he was just joking. These jokes have already crossed the line, so now the occultists want to destroy John Raisy forever. It seemed like an easy task until they encountered his iron chains. He may sometimes have a hard time fighting strong monsters, but he won't waste any time fighting small crooks. A cruel death awaits these fools. Now he will demonstrate his talent to them in person. Milena was surprised that her witch claw skill didn't work. The technique causes paralysis and hallucinations, but John didn't feel it at all. She injured him in the first attack, but this guy is on another level. When he summoned the spirit of the King of Knights, she realized that she had fallen into a real horror movie. He explained that no poisons have any effect on him at all, although he is ready to take this skill for himself. Milena tried to escape, but this decision should have been made much earlier. It's too late to run away now. The same fate awaits every occultist. Soon George woke up. He tried to understand what had happened while he was unconscious. Everything around looked as if there was a war between tyrannosaurs. John grabbed Milena and imprisoned her with his chains. Probably she might still be needed. He apologized but said he didn't have time to play with her anymore. Now they have to play a game called Tell the Truth. This can be done using the Rosary's full hypnosis skill. John wants to know how many occultists are in the guild squad, as well as the goals of their special operations. The hypnosis worked. The girl said that there were about 20 of them, including 5 high-ranking hunters. Their goal is quite simple. They are all willing to give their lives for this mission. The occultists must do everything to ensure that the raid in the Minotaur's labyrinth fails, as well as kill the guild leader, Khan. Now John understood the full picture of what was happening. More occultists have appeared. Before his regression, there were only 3. And as with the breaking of the gate, the future begins to change. John is the reason for all this, and he understands it. Now they have to unite with Khan. George still couldn't believe that Miranda would really turn out to be a traitor. But like John, he knew about it from the very beginning. The young talent said that getting out of this place would be easier than he expected. Although it looks like a space that is different from where they were, in reality it is still part of the labyrinth. There must be a corridor connecting this place with other spaces. They probably won't be able to reach their desired destination the first time because the passage is connected to other spaces. If they go through the same door, they will soon be able to find the Hunter Khan. George decided to ask a question. He couldn't understand why John didn't reveal the known truth. He apologized for this and treated the guy with distrust. But if John had explained everything right away, this wouldn't have happened. John assured that none of this matters now, whether George believes him or not, but Khan already knows what's going on. The guild leader had already begun his personal battle. He realized that he had become the target of an insidious plan of his enemies. They managed to seriously injure him, but that doesn't mean he will give up and won't fight to the last drop of blood. He still doesn't understand who they are or why they're doing this. But this joke has gone too far. Shocked when she saw what was happening, she immediately tried to save her boss. The girl behaved recklessly, and therefore almost died. The Khan covered her with his own body. They won't be given even a second of rest. Everything happens very quickly because the goal is very simple, to destroy the guild boss. Even despite his serious injuries, he still behaved like a true gentleman, asked the Karen to rest, and prepared for battle. No matter what, he will not give anyone the opportunity to offend his people, so a fierce battle awaits these thieves. Although he did everything he could, in such a situation he has no way to take care of others. All of these thieves are high-ranking, elite members of a dark guild who have gathered to kill the Khan. He admits that they were all very well prepared for this battle. He previously believed that he understood people well. He shouldn't blame himself too much. This plan has been in the works for several years, so everything is almost perfectly planned. It turned out that sometime before that, John had still informed Khan about the upcoming attack, warning that the occultists would try to kill him. Khan thought it was absolute nonsense, but his words turned out to be the absolute truth. Khan ignored this advice because the suspicions concerned his friends. As the guild boss, he cannot ignore his subordinates, although it will cost him too much right now. Everyone around him called him stupid. Even his personal secretary couldn't stand it and started yelling at him. He should have checked the information and listened to John, but it's too late now. He needs to protect his life. These occultists are indeed highly trained warriors. Defeating them will be a difficult task even for the Khan. He had to summon the dragon spirit to protect himself and the Karen. Although there are too many rivals, the guild boss still remains an incredible, top-class fighter. Using the form of an old dragon, he activated the beast defense skill, a powerful symbiosis for defense and counterattack. Meanwhile, in parallel with these events, George could not understand why the boss knew about all this and did nothing. Let's go back a little and look at the conversation between these two characters. John couldn't believe that Khan was really willing to risk his own life because of his trust in his friends. The guild boss replied that he had not yet shown his true strength, so there was no need to worry about him. He meant that if he allowed himself to be attacked, it didn't mean he was going to lose the battle. John and George found them using a teleportation door. They were shocked when they saw what happened here, one experienced warrior defeating a team of professional assassins. So everything ended well. Now they can discuss further plans and strategies. While John was trying to find Khan, he saw other team members, but due to priority, he was unable to save them. Now we need to decide what to do next. Even though the Khan doesn't want to do it, he will have to retreat. There are probably still occultists left in their community. And although they have reached the end of the labyrinth, the boss of this place is still not in sight. Although this is not a very pleasant thought, before the losses increase, the Khan must implement a plan to escape from this place. Although we are talking about wasting time without getting at least one achievement, at this stage this is the best solution. John learned information about the occultists, but as a result he was seriously injured, so he needs to think about his health. This time he will have to take a step back in order to take 2 steps forward in the future. An interesting conversation followed. Karen asked George if there were ambushes and monsters in other dimensions. George calmly replied that they had traveled a great deal of space, and they were very lucky that they had not encountered any problems. John was surprised. He really didn't pay attention to the fact that there was no trouble on their way, although it was strange. Usually, when you're ambushed in one space, the other spaces are always filled with monsters and trouble. The spaces they passed through were completely different places, and they did not pose any threat, although they should have been dangerous. John cannot understand how Khan destroyed the boss of this maze before regressing. At that moment, they heard something, some huge creature approaching them. Soon, everyone realized that they had finally met the boss of this maze, although it would have been better if it hadn't happened. The boss of the labyrinth is the great Minotaur Queen, who is at rank S+. They were already preparing to retreat and rest, but now their lives are again in mortal danger. The Minotaur Queen has begun her attack. When someone comes to her territory, she must destroy these invaders. John immediately activated their skills and went to duel with this monster. John managed to tie up Karen and asked her to stay in a safe place together with George. The battle promises to be very tough and uncompromising. Everyone wants to win. These two hunters fought as a true team. Together, they are a threat to any monster. The Minotaur Queen is not going to fight without support. She also wants to call on her husband to help her. It was for this that she summoned the Tao King, who was brought back from the dead with the help of her sorcery. These two huge monsters are a real threat, and it will be incredibly difficult to defeat them. John saw that George and Karen were in danger. If they were not helped, they would become a snack for monsters. The monsters turned to the people and said that they did not allow anyone to walk through their labyrinth because it prevented them from resting. Because of this, the monsters are ready to unleash all their anger and cruelty and show their power. Karen was shocked and scared. George was also in the same state, but he took out a gun and began to defend his life. They were very lucky that the Khan managed to intervene in this situation and deal a powerful blow to the Tao King. John kept up with the guild leader and assisted him with his iron chains. For a while, this might hold back these huge monsters from hell, but not for long. To truly defeat them, you need something hot, like fire from the mouth of a dragon, Khan. These two really work well as a team, although it would have been better if Khan didn't have serious injuries on his body. It seemed that fire should help, but the Minotaurs are much stronger than expected. They showed all their benefits that they were not afraid of any fire, because they were born in hell. For them, fire is like a child's toy. The battle continued. The problem is that the monsters have incredible health regeneration power. Even powerful blows are not enough to win. As expected, if you don't destroy them with a single attack, the battle becomes meaningless. The Minotaurs are very difficult opponents who also attack the Secretary and George, thereby distracting John and Karen. Soon, experienced hunters will reach their endurance limit, and then they will start having problems. Can was visibly nervous because he couldn't figure out how to win and what choice he had to make. He immediately remembered the conversation with Joseph. He warned that the association would impose sanctions on him if he continued to challenge everyone around him to a duel. If he wants to hire someone on his team, he has to make decisions based not only on skills but also on personal characteristics. Joseph understands that Khan trusts people, but sometimes it's useful to treat others with suspicion. Previously, Joseph was also a hunter and saw many interesting and incomprehensible things. There were times when one small mistake could lead to you losing everything. Sometimes you have to give up something valuable in order to keep something much greater, so not everything can be solved by force. Understanding one's limits and the ability to choose what is more important to achieving one's goal is also an important quality of a great hunter. Kang listened to all these words and did not attach much importance to them. He already wanted to return home as soon as possible and challenge someone to a duel again. He believes that Joseph is saying all these words because he is too old and weak. Not much time had passed since that conversation. But now the Khan had changed his mind about Joseph and his words. He didn't take his advice seriously, and now he realizes he made a mistake. It's hard for him to make a choice because he could very easily lose his people because of a mistake. Kang is not going to watch all this silently. He is going to act and act cruelly. He said he was going to protect his people and turn these monsters into ashes. Then Khan spoke about an important choice. John didn't understand anything, but he liked the mood of this warrior. John said that there was only one way to defeat the Minotaurs. He's not sure if this method will work, but he hopes they'll get lucky again today. The Minotaurs are sure that regardless of the choice these people make, death awaits them anyway, and there is no protection from it. Nevertheless, the hunters chose a strategy and clearly acted according to the plan. John seemed quite calm and confident. He knew what he was doing and wasn't worried. To succeed, he needed to summon the spirit of the demon knight and show his full potential. Kang did everything he could. Now he can only hope that this young guy can show something incredible. The Minotaur Queen felt invincible, but now it seems that this is not entirely true. Let's go back and talk about the way to win that John came up with. It was just a theory, but the guy believes that every space here is connected to every other space by a door. The crevice in which the Minotaur Queen is located is also connected to other spaces. The Bull Kings endlessly bring themselves back to life and come into this space of the Minotaur Queens. If there is no queen in this space, they will also disappear from here naturally. If this theory turns out to be false, then death awaits them all. But there is no other option. Now the situation is the same, they will all die if they do nothing. This decision was made a few minutes ago, and now it has become obvious that this plan has worked. Of course, in order to get the job done, a serious battle had to be waged using all of one's resources. The hunters fought with incredible dedication and were not afraid to risk their own lives. This could have led to a fatal outcome, but if you decide to become a hunter, you have to get used to taking risks. In this battle, the Khan again took this risk. This time, it cost him the loss of his right arm. John was shocked when he saw this. He knew it would be difficult, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. In any case, they must focus and see the matter through no matter what. The Minotaur Queen is a real King Kong in the world of dungeon monsters. Her attacks are very powerful and difficult to predict, even despite the monster's speed problems. She admits that they are brave. The Queen did not expect that someone would use the collected spaces to do something like that. It turns out that John miscalculated something. The Queen of the Minotaurs is now not using her power to resurrect the King of the Bulls. This means that now she can direct all this energy into the battle against the hunters. Nothing good will come of this. John made a mistake, and now he has to suffer because of it. The gap in their strength is incredibly large. If he doesn't use the Predator skill, he will die. Of course, not everything is that easy, using the Predator skill. He is not sure that he will be able to defeat the Minotaur Queen with one blow. If he cannot do this, then an uncontrolled surge of Predator energy awaits him. In this situation, he doesn't know what to expect at all. The result may be even worse than last time. At this difficult moment, the guy remembered the conversation with the mayor when he came to see her at the hospital. In reality, contrary to what is written in the system, the type of skill varies greatly depending on how it is used. Although the only thing Mary uses is the Amazon technique, she can use this energy to strengthen her body. There are times when you can mix skills before applying them. For example, regarding stealth, John usually applies this skill only to rings. So, if there is a technique that he is not very stable at, then he may try to use it as if he is doing it half-heartedly. Mary is sure that John is very talented, so he will be able to easily complete this difficult task. Now, if he doesn't succeed, he will perish because there is no one else to wait for help from. John used all possible resources of his body to achieve the dream victory. Now we can confidently state that the mayor was absolutely right about her theory. On a subconscious level, he felt that the predator's skill took different forms depending on his desire. This means that the practical application of this technique can be the same as other skills. Little is known about this unknown force, but whatever the nature of the predator, it must squeeze the maximum resources out of this technique. In this case, he will be able to achieve maximum progress and show incredible results. This time he managed to do it 100%. Now the Minotaur Queen will no longer be a problem. This entire illusion was destroyed, and the guild returned to the original dungeon hall. They all saw John in front of them, who was with the guild boss, Can. These two assured that all bad things were left behind. They were able to destroy the monster and clear the dungeon. Of course, this was an incredible success. Karen was most happy. She began to hug these two legendary warriors. After the death of the great Minotaur Queen, a raiding party found mountains of gold, silver, and precious stones that were hidden in the labyrinth. The most valuable treasure that was found was a unique elixir that helps increase your characteristics. It is called the Fountain of Endurance. The amount of this elixir turned out to be insufficient for everyone, so it was given only to John and Can because they made the greatest contribution to the conquest of the labyrinth. Of course, this wasn't enough to restore all of Can's characteristics. His lost hand was more valuable than this elixir. The occultists who infiltrated the Indivisibles were immediately arrested after the purge was over. The coma hunters who participated in the raid focused on treatment and rest. Thus, the difficult journey into the Minotaur's labyrinth came to an end. The whole world soon learned about all these events. Only the lazy ones did not follow the news at that moment. Soon, the Khan spoke to reporters and officially announced that he was leaving his career as a hunter and retiring. Then he said that it was just a temporary rest, although the journalists still wrote that he was now retired. Everyone around was worried. Korea would soon have an Asian-friendly tournament, and without Khan, the result could be unsatisfactory. The experienced hunter said that without his hand, he would not be able to take part in this. But there was no need to worry about the outcome of the tournament. There is a person who can replace him in these competitions, and now everyone should get to know this person in person. When the journalists saw John, they were shocked. They thought he was a novice hunter, so they weren't sure if his qualifications were sufficient. On the other hand, after conquering the labyrinth, he became a legend, to the point where he burst forth with a fountain of endurance and reached a national level of strength. Not everyone is sure that John is really at the national level of power. The national level of strength is a monster of another level, even among high-ranking hunters. John addressed reporters and said that he would participate in the Asian-friendly tournament as one of the Korean representatives. He understands that everyone around him is surprised by this news, since John will now take the place of an experienced tank. He understands that compared to other hunters, he is still a rookie, so there is no certainty that he will be able to perform as well as the other members of the team. At the present moment, there is no way to confirm the rumors about the national level of strength that everyone around is talking about. He can't say he's completely confident in winning. Reaching the national level is not easy, and he knew that from the very beginning. But despite all this, he hopes that this Asian-friendly tournament will be a place where he can show his true potential. In one dark office, a woman begged to be left alive, ready to show her full potential. If you look closely, you can see that this is Milena, who was a member of the Inseparable Guild team. She said that she miraculously managed to escape from prison, and also said that she did not expect John to be so strong. Her boss assured her that she was not to blame for anything. The opponent was much stronger, so she shouldn't blame herself for this. He understands that this sometimes happens, so he is ready to forgive her for it. Of course, these are just beautiful words. After her failure, no one needs Milena's help anymore. She showed that she is too weak. Her boss believes that force is law. She ran away from difficulties and tried to stay alive, and this is disgusting. He ordered his assistants to burn her body, because the association would soon be able to track down this garbage. This time, the occultists acted as a real team, and even that was not enough to avoid a repeat of the incident at East Point. Even though the assassination attempt on John failed, there was no chance of clearing the maze, but it happened anyway. This year's Asian-friendly tournament will be a lot of fun. There will be too many important events. After completing the clearing of the Minotaur's labyrinth, John actively prepared for the tournament. Soon, he personally met with the best hunters of the New Korea at the association's office. There he met serious people such as hunters like Kenneth. He also met an interesting guy in a mask. His name is Steven, and he looks a bit tense. Sandra is in this room. She is the leader of the Wizards Guild, a very serious hunter. And of course, this meeting is impossible without Pak. one of the best hunters in Korea, and he is happy to see John. Although not immediately, this meeting finally happened. Everyone is gathered and ready to discuss the upcoming tournament. Joseph invited John to sit down at the table and start a discussion about strategy at the Asian-friendly tournament. In the past, when the abyss was opened and people began to awaken their skills, monsters and occultists appeared in large numbers. This means that a time of chaos has come, during which units from different Asian countries have joined forces to defeat evil. We can say that this became the basis of the future Asian tournament. Currently, each country is given 7 days to destroy monsters and occultists within the competition, using a point system. Most citizens are afraid of monsters and the occult, so they were happy to officially call this competition a festival. In fact, to be honest, this competition is more like a small war. The tournament not only becomes a place to test each country's military training, but also provides an opportunity to achieve a propaganda effect. This time, the competition will be even bigger and more serious. The winning country will receive big money, unique items, and access to dungeons. John looks happy. He made the right decision to join this Asian tournament. The queen of the succubi, whom he met in the depths of the abyss, Rosaria, she knows for sure about the existence of the king. John can't even guess what kind of power she has, so he shouldn't expect her to calmly talk about the king. He needs to become stronger in order to speak to her as an equal, which is why the Asian tournament is so important. Charles said that the team from New Korea has a problem, and now they need to talk about it. The first place position is still vacant, as talented hunters like Khan and Mary will not be able to participate in the tournament this time. That is why the Korean team looks less confident this time and is not considered a favorite. Pak believes that there is no need to worry. After John joined them, they can be sure that this guy will help them win. He said that John is at the national level of strength, which means great potential and opportunities. Everyone around was surprised by the words they heard, yet there is still no confirmation that John really has a national level of strength. He told them that these were just rumors, and that it was still unofficial information. Were those around them upset to hear these words? Of course, they expected to hear that their team had a real prodigy. Some even suggested finding a new team member. They needed a real leader, not a little rookie boy. Although they do not have the same national level of strength as China or Japan, the Asian-friendly tournament is by no means a brutal war. The key point is the fight for points, which can be obtained by hunting monsters and occultists. If you stay calm, you will have a good chance of winning. But for this, you need to rely on experienced hunters. Steven, Sandra, and Pak must focus their attention on hunting monsters. Kenneth has more experience in one-on-one combat, so he supports Hunter John in hunting down occultists. At the Asian-friendly tournament, which will take place next week, Joseph expects a very active performance from them. Soon the opening ceremony of the Asian-friendly tournament began, taking place at the stadium of the Asian branch of the World Hunters Association. The Philippines, Vietnam, Singapore, and other countries are already here. Teams from each country are gathering to participate in a friendly tournament. Among all of them, the biggest favorites are China and Japan. These teams are at the national level of strength. China expects to take first place in this tournament, with 3 national-level hunters participating from their country. John's relatives also watched this tournament on TV. They understood that the chances of winning were almost non-existent and hoped that everything would be fine with John. Robert couldn't believe that they didn't believe in John. He still considered him the best hunter in the world. John is also the president of the fan club, and that they should also believe in this guy no matter what. This house was bought with money that John gave them after cleaning out the dungeon. He also constantly gives them bonuses so that they don't deny themselves anything in life. This means that the more successful John becomes, the more his close relatives receive. Jones remains very calm as always. He calmly prepares for the competition and sets himself up for victory. A girl came up to him and said she thanked him for what he did at East Point. This is a Japanese hunter, a holy Carol. When she arrived at the scene of the terrorist attack, everything had already been cleared. John managed to do it faster than anyone. John remembered that it was this girl who had handled this incident before his regression. Given her incredible abilities, it is not surprising that such a large-scale terrorist attack was eliminated so quickly. She suggested that he meet to thank her for her help, but John refused. She tries to understand the reason for his refusal, but first she needs to remember the circumstances under which it happened. The hunter-gathering ended fairly quickly after Joseph organized a strategy for the team. The leader of the association asked John to stay for a while. It was he who told him about Carol's offer. He said that he did not know her intentions, but she was one of the few people in the world who had incredible regenerative abilities. Maybe her power can help heal Can's arm, so meeting her before the tournament would be a good idea. Surprisingly, John immediately refused this offer and did not even hesitate. This was incomprehensible. The Hunter Khans suffered a lot and deserved treatment. I can't give a complete answer right now, but the reason is actually quite simple. Even from his past life, John understands very well what terrible reality is hidden behind the name of the saint. That's why he refused to meet her, and that's why he so quickly avoided talking to the girl at the tournament's opening. Carol realizes that the reason for refusing to meet with her is not as simple as it seems. This guy probably knows something about her. Everyone around him is only interested in this child's progress. But the most amazing thing about this guy is his information awareness. He continues to make moves that cannot be made by force alone, without possessing important information. She doesn't understand how he found out additional information about her, but she wants him to become her property as soon as possible. Soon it was officially announced that the long-awaited Asian-friendly tournament would begin from this moment. The official host of the Asian-friendly tournament will be Singaporean hunter Rank A Alex. As soon as the tournament host said that the competition was starting, John quickly approached him and cut off his head. The audience could not believe their eyes. Something incredibly strange was happening. The entire New Korea team united and stood up for John. Teams from China, Japan, and other countries also took out weapons and prepared for battle. Strange and incomprehensible things started happening. It seemed like it was all just a show in honor of the opening of the competition. The audience tried to understand what was happening. The host was beheaded in front of their eyes. It was unlikely that this was part of the ceremony. Even members of his own team didn't understand what was happening. Sandra believes that John has completely lost his mind. At this moment, the god of great power, Shaishin, from the Chinese team, approached them. He was also shocked by what was happening. Shaishin believes that now is not the time to listen to explanations. The bloody battle must begin right now. The Holy Carol asked her partner to kill everyone around and spare no one. She would also order that only one boy, her future property, John, be left alive. At this point, a woman intervened in the competition and ordered everyone to stop immediately. They understand that everyone is tense, but a Singaporean hunter has been killed, so they have to deal with this situation. She is a representative of the Singapore Hunters Association. Her name is Haley Tan. Everyone around saw perfectly well what John did. His act cannot be explained in any way. Everyone was surprised, but John remained calm and said that Alex was an occultist. He is of high rank. A few years ago, he killed about 30 passengers on a luxury liner that went out into the Pacific Ocean. Associations and companies from around the world put a bounty of 30 billion won on Alex's head, but he quietly disappeared and no one found him. He said that Alex had changed his appearance, but Haley still doesn't understand what this has to do with this incident. Only a little later did she begin to guess what John meant, that Alex probably knew how to change his appearance at will. John very quickly confirmed his hypothesis and showed the true face of the murdered occultist. Everyone around was shocked. He really turned out to be right. For this information, he asked to thank the Night Wanderers Guild. No one could understand how this was even possible, how the guild could learn such hidden information. A high-ranking hunter from Japan, also known as the Devil's Sword, Edward became interested in this guy. The Republic of Korea immediately received 1,000 points for this incident. So far, they occupy the first position in the ranking. The tournament was halted for a while due to all these events, with hunters from each country leaving the arena. There were open grounds for hunting monsters and occultists, while John became a star through his actions. Some truly believed that the Night Wanderers had learned of the whereabouts of this dangerous occultist. Of course, this is not true at all. Mary did not know about this, so John decided to lie publicly. Now the guild's work has been stopped due to calls from all sides. This is not in the style of the Hunters Association. It is obvious that this is John's personal initiative. It's hard to believe that her boyfriend did this. His motives remain too vague. In any case, the competition has begun. Now the players must search for and destroy monsters and occultists. John wasted no time and worked hard, even in the rain. His first victim was a high-ranking occultist known as a blood-sucking demon. At this moment, John received a call, probably from Mary trying to talk to him about a recent incident. She immediately started screaming and explained that because of his jokes, her guild was now in a lot of trouble. She knew he would be waiting for her call, so she decided to call using a secure communication channel. John said that he now has 2 important requests for her. Now the mayor can help him. He needs to find out information about an occultist, as well as help with a small investigation. Mary explained that if he needed information, she had already passed it all on through the association. John understands that no matter how many times he catches these fools, it still won't be enough to win the Asian tournament. If they want to take first place, then they need to catch a big fish. He calls the Guild of Darkness a big fish, although right now he'd better think about something else. In front of John stood real professional killers. They didn't come to talk. Japanese hunter. Japanese hunter Kimura, who is called the Tiger Sword, wants to punish John for disrespecting the saint. John can't figure out exactly how he offended her, but in any case, there's no time to think about it now. Tiger Sword Kimura is a participant in the Asian-friendly tournament from Japan. He is one of the most violent and emotional followers of the Holy Carol. As we know, Edward's sword, which is called the Devil's Sword, is beautiful and concise. If we look at the Timurid sword, it is a truly chaotic weapon that is focused on tearing, destroying, and hurting an opponent. In any case, no matter how dangerous this sword is, it is pointless if it does not achieve its goal. John wasn't even going to finish his conversation with the mayor. He can fight and talk at the same time. From the very beginning, Kimura was surprised that his attacks didn't work at all against this little snotty. No one has ever been able to ignore such a dangerous beacon before, but so far, John has managed to do it. Mary couldn't believe that John had really targeted the Dark Guild, although she didn't understand why the association had left the occult cartel alone. As soon as you approach them, they immediately cut off their tails and hide. If John starts attacking the Dark Guild without reason or additional information, he may fall into a trap. It's amazing, this guy can talk on the phone and at the same time defeat a serious opponent. His talent is truly incredible. Although he is still young and his potential has not been fully realized, John is confident that he can handle the consequences, but he can't tell the mayor his whole plan just yet. He asked her to believe in his strength and reminded her that he had never been wrong in the past. Mary said she had little information about the Dark Guild, but she could give him a slightly different location. She means information about the triad. These are the tycoons who control the political world, the three leaders of the occult cartel that dominates Asia. Mary found the exact location of a man named Candy. He is one of the leaders. Of course, the triad cannot be compared to the Dark Guild, but they will also give a lot of points, so Jones is worthy of catching these bastards. Meanwhile, the mayor will try to find some information regarding his past request. It seems Kimura is still alive and wants to continue the fight. He doesn't like being ignored. He said that if John did not fight him honorably, he would destroy this territory along with him. He talks a lot and tries to scare the inexperienced guy, but it's unlikely to work. According to the official version, battles between participants are prohibited, but if Kimura wants it so badly, then John is ready to show him his strength. Now it's too late to call Mom for help. Kimura must learn to be responsible for his actions on his own. Soon, Saint Carol was informed that Kimura would no longer be able to participate in the competition. To avoid any problems, it was necessary to tell journalists that Kimura had been ambushed by occultists. After John's defeat, this experienced hunter almost lost his mind due to anger. He was probably defeated mentally. Given its current condition, it will take at least a month to get it back to normal. Now it's clear that John is also hiding some skills from journalists and everyone else. The Devil's Sword. Edward offered to personally destroy John, but for Carol it was just a joke. She doesn't want to lose another strong hunter from her team. The saint also explained that she knew Kimura would lose this battle. They have prepared another bait for John, so this is all just part of the plan. They entered the dark prison and saw a nearly naked man before them. The saints greeted the devil, and he said that it was time for him to work for her. We are transported to the Abyss, a territory that has no name. Now a Singaporean S-rank hunter is fighting in this place. His name is Regaya. Opposite him stands the experienced leader of the Chinese team, the god of great power, Shishin. Regaya cannot understand why this experienced warrior with his capabilities would employ such cowardly methods. The god of great power explained that he targeted them not because he wanted to play games, but because he had been asked to do so by the head of the association. This sounds suspicious. The head of the Chinese Hunting Association personally asks his hunters to kill other members. It seems like they want to unleash a real war at these competitions. Regaya asked his assistant to run away immediately and tell the others about it, while he tried to detain this monster. He tried to do everything in his power, but it wasn't enough. No one was able to escape and tell this terrible story, so the same fate awaits other players soon. Shishin is targeting Korean players. Especially, he wants to destroy that guy everyone is talking about. A week has already passed since the start of the Asian-friendly tournament, and so far Korea is in first place by a wide margin. The viewers are surprised. Korea was not among the favorites, but now it is in first place. It is really strange. It is unknown what Japan and China are doing, because they have national-level hunters, and they are still not leading in the competition. Viewers already knew that the Japanese fighter Kimura had been seriously injured, and the Singaporean fighters had been found dead. Also, no one was able to find the Filipino warriors after they went into the abyss, so it's obvious that this tournament is very bright for the event. All these rumors about the killings of hunters had already spread among the participants. John also knew about all this. The Competition Association has asked all countries to work with the investigation team to ensure that all these crimes are solved. What is happening now should start in 3 days. John knows that the Chinese hunters of the national power level are to blame for this. The reasons may be different, but probably the main reason is the ambitions of the same guy, the leader of the Chinese team. Saint Carol and Shaishan will not let John live in peace. If events are developing so quickly, then John must also speed up. Kenneth came to his room, which was strange because it was quite late at night. They went outside to talk and found a place where no one could overhear them. Kenneth is unhappy with John's actions, and although everything ended well, John acted too risky during the opening ceremony. If everything went wrong, then the entire team strategy was defeated. It was not teamwork at all. It seemed that John had heard these words from other hunters before. Kenneth is not interested in the reason. In any case, he is disappointed in John's actions. He wants this guy to share his information with other team members. John decided to tell that he had recently been suddenly attacked by a Japanese Kimura hunter. Now it is clear why this experienced hunter from Japan refused to continue the competition. It was very lucky to repel this warrior's attack, but it is still unknown how Kimura was able to find his location. That is why John believes that among the associations there is a rat that tells all the information in a third party. Kenneth was angry and started yelling at John. He didn't like that this young guy was hinting at him. You can't talk about such topics superficially. Anyone who has access to information is a suspect, and John is no exception. From the moment he learned that the occultist Alex was hiding in the Singapore Hunters Association, John began to think about the spy. If the foreign hunters were not killed by occultists and monsters, then the killings were committed by a national-level force. For a while, John wants to act alone, and besides, they are in first place now, so there is no point in changing tactics. Although Ken tried to stop him, the conversation was over. This behavior greatly angered the experienced member of the Korean team. He had never met such a brazen young hunter. All this time, John was calmly watching him, using the invisibility skill. The guy wants to understand if Kenneth is a rat who spies and reports information to a third party. John didn't know there was a spy among them, but seeing how easily Kimura found him, he realized what was happening. In this situation, he can't trust anyone. Now it's better to start looking for the triad bandits. After this conversation, John rested and set out in search of information early in the morning. He decided to have a double breakfast or a burger and a Coca-Cola. That's what sports nutrition is called. John probably deliberately wore a hat and hood so that others would not recognize him. He had already found the puppets of the triad leader and was carefully monitoring their actions. It's hard to believe that these are high school students. Their bag is clearly filled with illegal items. Now John must calmly follow them, and with this help find the leader of the candy triad. It turned out that he wasn't as good at disguising himself as he would have liked, because there was someone among the visitors who recognized him. John could not believe his own eyes, but in front of him really sat the devil, who should be imprisoned. Rumor has it that he was sentenced to life in prison for the East Point incident, so it's unclear why he ended up here. Shaitan assured him that he didn't come to fight so John could relax, but it was still better for him to leave. Although the devil said he wasn't going to fight, those were just words. Everyone around immediately started to worry because they realized that they would soon witness a fight. Most people recognized the criminal as Shaitan, and only then did they realize that next to him was John from the Korean team. The triad members quickly realized that John had come to capture them, so they began to flee. Now that everything has not gone according to plan, it is necessary to act. But the devil began to act first. He said that he didn't come here to fight, but after saying these words he used his magical power. A few seconds after this attack, everyone around immediately lost consciousness. He did this only with the help of killing energy. So since their last meeting, Shaitan's skills had improved. He already knows that John is hunting the triad, and one of their leaders, in which case he offers John an important conversation that he will not regret. John decided it would be better to first grab this guy with chains and only then start a calm conversation. If he is so sure that he can be useful, then John is ready to give him a minute of free time. If during this minute he hears any nonsense, then Satan will pay for ruining his plan. Shaitan smiled and replied that these chains reminded him of unpleasant memories, but now he was completely different. We probably shouldn't jump to conclusions because not only has he made progress, John has also become better and stronger. They got down to business right away. It was obvious that John wouldn't be able to catch the entire triad on his own, so Candy was just bait. If he continues to follow him, it is unlikely that John will benefit. 30 seconds of conversation have already passed. Shaitan hurried up and told me that he had been making deals with occultists for a long time, and also dealt with candy. He can personally take John to the triad. This is a very interesting option. It seems that all these proposals did not really interest John, so he decided to punish Satan for destroying his plans. It was cruel, but fair. After which John continued to speak. He said that the offer was really interesting, but it was strange that the man who had always dreamed of killing John now wanted to help him. John wants to know the devil's true plan, otherwise terrible torture awaits him. He used the skill that the rosary gave him. This hypnosis is very helpful in such situations. Meanwhile, the competition continued, with many teams hunting monsters and occultists. The Japanese side wasted no time and destroyed the bad guys every few seconds. Their main strength was less Devil Edward. He is really an extremely talented guy. The Holy Kiro was pleased with his actions. This is exactly what she expects from her leader. Edward wants to make sure that everything goes according to plan. Satan has already lost to John, so there are doubts that everything will go as it should. Compared to him, John is a talent who has reached, according to rumors, a national level of strength. No matter how much Satan becomes stronger thanks to the Holy Gift skill, he will not be able to defeat John. Thus, instead of gaining power, Carol became an object of risk due to the Oath of the Awakened. She asked not to worry about it. In any case, it doesn't matter whether John wins or loses. According to the information the Holiday received, John is now targeting the triad. Almost everyone already knows about it. Shaitan had close relations with occultists. He also maintains contact with the Kendi. Since Satan clearly cannot defeat John alone, he will try to lure him into a trap and then team up with the triad and destroy John. Sviata wants to learn more information, fighting style, values, and skills. She wants to know everything about this guy. That's why she doesn't care what happens to the devil, because the main thing is to find out information about her target. The triad warriors have already learned that they are being hunted. They banded together to stick together and fend off attacks. The leader of the triad, Candy, greeted Shaitan. They have known each other for many years. According to the plan, the devil was supposed to lure a guy from New Korea into this ambush, but there was also someone else there. He said that this world lives by the principle of natural selection. The strong defeat the weak. So this world is not very fair. He is ready to give Candy some advice. If he wants to live, he must do whatever he is told. At that moment, John burst into this building like a real Iron Man. No one expected this guy to attack so quickly, but he was able to outsmart everyone again. He asked everyone to remain calm and obey his orders, then none of them would get hurt. John is interested in the leader of this organization. He is ready to destroy Candy. This man is already quite experienced. He can't be scared by some cheap tricks, so he's not going to give up without a fight. He said he didn't respect this newbie, who had the milk on his lips still wet, and after that a fight broke out. Let's go back to the conversation between Satan and John at the fast food restaurant. With the help of hypnosis, John learned about the awakened man's oath with the saint. Now the reason for the appearance of the devil before him is clear. Now John has learned all his secrets and is ready to play by his rules. John ordered Satan to take him to the triad house, abandon his cooperation with Candy and Carol, and join him. Shaitan considers all this to be nonsense. Even if he lost this battle, the team is not going to do whatever John wants. Thus, he will become not only an enemy of the triad, but also an enemy of the saint. So the devil's sword will tear him into small pieces. John assured that if he did not receive help from the devil, he would kill him with his own hands. If Satan helps him during the Asian tournament, he will get a second chance after apologizing to the victims of the terrorist attack. Only with this turn of events is John ready to save him from the saint and the triad bandits. Shaitan is not sure that this little guy can defeat the national level of power and the occult cartel, because they are real monsters. In any case, John assured him of his strength, and now Satan sees with his own eyes what this hunter is capable of. He watches with a smile on his face because he understands that John has also made serious progress during this time. He not only became stronger but also turned into a real monster. Interesting events also take place in the Triad's hideout, which is located somewhere deep in the abyss. There are a lot of corpses and blood around. It seems like today is a black day for the Triad all over the world. The leader of the Chinese Shishin team visited them, and today he is in a bad mood again. He came to talk to one of the main members of this triad. This man's name is Tetsu. He wants to give the Shishin a special item, even though it is currently abroad due to the danger of kidnapping. This is a legendary rank item that their triad recently bought at auction. They are ready to give this item to the Shishin. But first he must destroy the mosquito that is bothering them so much. Shaishin was immediately interested. If even the triad is afraid of this character, then this is clearly an interesting object. He wanted to hear the name of this man, or woman. But at that moment their conversation was interrupted. First, someone started knocking on the door and then kicked the door open with their feet. It turned out that John had visited them. He didn't come alone. Next to him, on his side, the devil was fighting. And this was incredibly unexpected. If everything turned out this way, then John must certainly win this battle. Of course, it won't be easy for them to do this because a real monster is fighting against them. But if these two joined forces, they could even turn the world upside down. Everyone around could only watch as these martial arts masters fought. John knew all along that China's national level of power might be involved. Although, of course, it must be admitted that he did not expect the Shaishin to personally deal with this. Now this thief has understood who the triad is afraid of. He is ready to destroy John right here and right now. Now it is obvious that it was the Shaishin who destroyed many hunters from different countries. Now he is ready to take on the cause of the New Korea and kill their leader. John doesn't agree with this plan. He's sure he'll stop China right now. He will be the last Korean contestant Shaishin will meet in his life. The battle between these two has begun. They are truly worthy of special attention. The other members of the triad should not relax, because the devil has been watching them all this time. He noticed that they were afraid that the Shaishin might lose this battle, and when that happened, disaster awaited them. Shaishin is called the god of great power. He has the most powerful strength among hunters from countries participating in the Asian tournament. The number of monsters and hunters he has defeated with his bare hands is far greater than 100. The nickname God of Great Power does not only mean incredible strength because his real skill is the ghost technique of incredible power. You could call it the side of death, and if he uses this technique, few people manage to survive. Death Side is a weapon materialization skill that greatly enhances the characteristics of the owner. Instead, with this technique, all other skills begin to be lowered by one level. This technique can be called something incredible. It can even stop the Predator's technique. John must make every effort to find the key to victory in this battle. So far, it's difficult for him to attack because he spends all his time defending against his opponent's attacks. John decided to try to capture the Shaishin with chains and restrict his movements. This may work for a while, provided you do everything quickly and technically. Although John has tried to turn his initiative into a real threat to his opponent, he has so far achieved little. Shaishin easily broke the chains and prepared for a new attack. Soon everything around seemed to stop. It seemed as if the battle had finally ended. John is indeed a very talented guy, but he can never compare to a true martial arts genius like a Shaishin. Tetsu was sure that they had won. He ordered his assistants not to kill the devil. The Japanese side can continue to use him as a hostage, so he can be useful. Tetsu doesn't understand why the devil betrayed them. Maybe John used some kind of hypnosis. In any case, the devil made a big mistake. All that remains is to wait for the Shaishin to finish cleaning. Tetsu is probably jumping to conclusions too soon. We can't underestimate this guy from the New Korea. When he activates all his potential, even the strongest enemies will lose. Shaishin tried to finish off the boy, but at that moment additional mana began to flow from his swords. The initiative was on his side. He saw John's swords breaking under his pressure. These swords are just rare rank weapons. There is nothing special about them. During the battle with the Minotaur Queen, John used a similar technique. If the Predator's strength is restrained too much, the weapon cannot withstand the force and will begin to break down. It means that if he manages to fully master the power of the Predator, he will conquer a whole new level of possibilities. This is roughly what happened during the battle between him and the Chinese leader. John took a step forward in his progress and officially reached the national level of strength. Let's move to the real world, to a tall building, where another hunter from China, also called Flash, is resting. Brian knows that the Shaishin has gone to the triad, which means the deed will be done. Next to him is a member of the triad, Pinky. She is also sure that the Shaishin will not lose to a young guy from Korea. At that moment, the phone rang in a flash, although he wasn't expecting a night call. The legendary Rong called him. He knows that Brian is currently spending time with an occultist from the triad. Rong is a representative of the Chinese Hunters Association, a very respected person. He said that the Shaishin was already dead. He actually died in the battle against the John, in the depths of the abyss. This only means one thing. Rong wants Flash to personally bring him John's head from New Korea. Using the Predator skill, John took all the power from the Shaishin's body. If you absorb the strengths of a dead warrior, John will not gain skills, but his stats will still increase. He doesn't particularly like the fact that he absorbed a dead person, but there's no point in worrying about the criminals either. John is more interested in the voice that can be heard when using the predator skill. As a result, he can only use this technique to the fullest to discover new secrets of this talent. Shaishin was the biggest obstacle, so after his death everything went smoothly, especially with the triad. Tetsu and other occultists had their memories of the predator erased through complete hypnosis. These occultists were handed over to the association. There were no tasks for the devil, so he needs to return to the saint. Of course, he didn't want to do this, but John assured her that she didn't need to worry because she was only interested in him, not the devil. The condition of the Awakened One's oath is that the devil must bring a John to her. Globally, this is exactly what will happen in the future. The main problem is the other members of the triad. With the help of hypnosis, John learned their location, but they will still not be easy to find. To begin with, you need to dedicate some time to rest and think carefully about your next steps. Soon, the third day of the Asian-friendly tournament began, and everyone around knew that the Shaishin had disappeared into the abyss. The news also reported that Hunter John had caught members of the triad. It is already clear that Rong knows about the death of Shaishin, but in order for others not to learn about his evil deeds, there will not be much talk about this event. John decided to focus on the triad. Just at that moment, Kenneth called him again. Soon they met in person. Perhaps this conversation would turn out to be much more interesting than the last one. Kenneth said that he asked John to come here because an important person from the occult is here. He means Pinky, the same girl who was with Flash. Kenneth isn't going to reveal the source of the information, but he's sure they'll be able to catch the bugs. John had already seen this building when he was watching Tetsu's flashbacks, so it all really seems logical. The only thing he can't understand is why Kenneth decided to tell him this information. Kenneth explained what was being done to confirm that he was not a spy at all, and that he could be trusted. This seems quite strange because John has long known that Kenneth is the same spy. In fact, shortly before these two met each other, John had been talking to Mary. She confirmed that there was indeed a spy on his team. He guessed it was Kenneth. John thought this spy was working for Japan, but it turned out he was a member of the Chinese team. There is information that a few years ago he visited a casino in China. It was negotiations regarding his debts to the casino. Somehow Kimura was able to find John, so there's another spy working for Japan. It turns out that John is surrounded by spies. It is unclear what the people in the association are doing because they haven't found anyone. John asked not to tell the association about these spies. He has reasons for this decision. Because of this, Kenneth's espionage will become known, and he will be immediately arrested, which will mean that the spy working for Japan will immediately go into hiding. Now that it is clear that Kenneth is one of the spies, John, on the contrary, can use them. Kenneth said that there could be many traps in this building, but he learned information about the exact location of the foam. Of course, this is all nonsense. This guy is sure that today John will finally die. He was ordered to bring this guy to this building, where the Chinese national-level Brian would be waiting for him to kill him. Everything didn't go according to plan. John immediately activated his predator skill and began attacking the building. He destroyed everything he saw in his path. This was the perfect way out of this difficult situation. Kenneth couldn't believe what was happening. He started yelling at the guy and accusing him of being selfish instead of working as a team. John explained that he was doing this to avoid traps. There was no point in going inside if the entire building could be destroyed. Soon, they saw foam under the rubble, so the target had been found. This woman immediately started yelling at Kenneth, calling him a gaming addict. She believes he betrayed them. This ugly rat pretended not to understand what she was talking about, although he understood everything perfectly well. He said that he knew from the very beginning that Kenneth was working for the Chinese side. Of course, these words immediately provoked a conflict, and a fight was almost impossible to avoid. After a few seconds, Kenneth felt incredible pain and began to die very quickly. The most interesting thing about this situation is that John did nothing. His internal system reported that he was exposed to a world without feelings. There is some success in resisting this mysterious force, although all cognitive abilities are impaired. Only a little later did John remember that a world without feelings was Brian's main technique. So the meeting with the legendary Chinese warrior called Flash finally took place. But he didn't expect John to destroy the entire building, but he was curious about who exactly defeated the legendary Shaishin. Now they finally met. John replied that he was indeed a real psycho, and he was interested in the habit of a world without feelings. Let's move to another place. The Holy Carol finally met with the devil. She looked at his memories and was surprised that John turned out to be much stronger than she expected. She asked the devil not to be afraid. She was not interested in his life, because all her thoughts were connected with John. If John wants to destroy the triad so badly, then she should come out of the shadows and meet him in person. That before the start of the Asian-friendly tournament, Rong gathered all the best warriors and said that they must complete three tasks. Firstly, to win the Asian tournament, and secondly, to weaken the power of other associations by eliminating key participants. And finally, they must show that the Chinese Hunting Association is the best in Asia. To this end, they can destroy and kill anyone they want and not think about the consequences at all. Everyone around was happy with this strategy. Only Flash thought they had all lost their minds, although he didn't care what to do. In order to protect his relationship with the foam, he also killed many people who stood in his way, so he can also be called crazy. This time, John crossed the path of too many powerful people, so he must die immediately. This will be difficult to do because with each new victory, John becomes stronger. The technique of a world without feelings has no effect on this guy. Now it is obvious that he has reached the national level of strength. John wants to take away the skill of a world without feelings. He has learned to use the predator better, and now no one will stand in his way. He is confident that he will find the perfect application for this technique. All that remains is to take it into his hands. This process was much easier and simpler than during the Battle of the Shashan. That's what true progress means. China was left without two hunters of the national level of strength, now in the game. From the Chinese side, there is only one hunter of this level. New Korea is in first place in the ranking, with a very large gap from its pursuers. John has destroyed almost all of his competitors, but he is still worried about Japan because this country is acting too quietly. As soon as he thought about it, he immediately saw a helicopter appear next to him. This means only one thing. The Holy Carol came to meet him personally. So they finally met. This meeting was inevitable from the very beginning. Saint Carol knows how to heal with incredible techniques. She can even restore a warrior's lost arm. This incredible power makes her a saint, a national-level hunter of Japan. The actual effect of her power lies in the mental component, which brainwashed people by manipulating memories. Carol uses this skill to turn even her friends into believers who worship her. And now it's John's turn. He did not tell the devil his exact location, but she found him anyway. She didn't care about the Asian-friendly tournament. Her main goal was John, and this gave him goosebumps. Carol plays a big role as a saint. She is the one who gives everyone the strength to keep fighting in this terrible world. She gives others the power to bow down and serve her. Strange as that may sound. I listened silently and tried to understand her motives, but there was no logic here. She had lost her mind. At that moment, many cars drove up to them. At first, it seemed like they were ordinary people. But then John looked more closely and realized that these people had lost their minds because of the saint's skills. She learned that there are skills and information that John is hiding. No matter how much he didn't want to hide it, she would still find out about it and take advantage of it. This woman is using ordinary people as a shield. It's a mean tactic, but that's the reality. The warriors of the Night Wanderers Guild did not rest and were engaged in the mission of their leader. One of them ordered his assistant to call the mayor and tell him that they had found the hideout of Shadow, the last important character from the triad. It seemed that the deed was done, but at that moment one of them lost his head, literally. This means that the occultists have learned about all the intentions of their enemies, which means that the Night Wanderers are in big trouble. Let us remind you that this man's name is Shadow. He is the deputy boss of the Dark Guild and one of the main members of the triad. There are already many rumors about his cruelty, and even they do not show his qualities 100%. He is unhappy that ordinary guild workers were able to find him. From the moment John appeared on the scene, their affairs went in the wrong direction. No one could have thought that an ordinary rookie would defeat serious opponents. He should not have been underestimated. In any case, John is not the only genius in this world, because Shadow reached the peak of his talent 10 years ago. Meanwhile, John was not having it easy, as he was being attacked by a huge number of crazy citizens. Carol is sure that he won't be able to kill ordinary people, even if they are all bewitched. She probably underestimated this guy too much, because if he is insulted, he will never turn a blind eye to it. After John freed himself from the pressure of people, it was time to talk to the saint. She needs to be taught good manners for a long time. You could say this is an ethics lesson from a true gentleman. It is unlikely that the saint could have expected that the hero of East Point would turn out to be so strong. Even when attacking citizens, he inflicted very weak blows. None of them even died. It all turned out to be just a joke on his part, but Carol is unlikely to give up that easily. At the last moment, when it seemed that everything was over for her, a large tree appeared in her place. John managed to save people. He didn't understand how she could try to kill the one she controlled. It turned out that the violence that had occurred earlier was just an illusion, a truly masterpiece. Carol is ready to play a dirty game. She doesn't care about the rules, and she's not going to give in to anyone. Those people who seemed dead just a few seconds ago have now come to life like real zombies. If John doesn't want to kill all these people, then he must accept her salvation and bow down to the saint. This crazy woman doesn't care what methods she uses to achieve the result, and that's terrible. He really can't forgive her for this, so he has to use everything he's capable of. His newfound familiarity with a world without feelings is perfect for this moment. Carol immediately experienced a decline in her cognitive abilities and problems with the flow of magical power. She didn't understand what was happening. Only a little later did she begin to guess that John also knew how to manipulate consciousness. After he grabbed the people around him in chains, it was time to punish this crazy woman. This process didn't last very long, and all this had to be done so that she understood that she couldn't behave like this. The world must understand that people who are willing to commit such acts cannot be called saints. We must not forget that her regeneration is at an incredible level. So in just a few minutes, this woman is in almost perfect condition. John showed her the best of his abilities, and now she's ready for round 2. She planned to brainwash him, and if you want, you can try to do it right now. Sacred fasting is a technique that controls the memory and mind of another person. In other words, the caroler can see their spiritual world. She will see his dreams and lost memories. The reason why Rosaria, after what she saw, changed her attitude towards him. There is some mystery in his mind related to the predator, and this will allow Carol to find answers to all these questions. She is ready to accept the rules of the game and admit defeat, but she also wants something in return. If John really wants her to activate her skills, he must finally believe in her. She doesn't know what he's up to, but after using the sacred fast, all his ideas will be destroyed. She will take away all his power. The technique was activated and Carol finally came to his senses. Everything around was in a sea of blood. An unknown guy was sitting on the mountain, probably this is John, who is inside himself, his ego. Carol realized that she was not John at all when she heard that this creature was not going to tell her secrets. This guy said he wasn't going to talk to a worthless person like Carol, and he expected something much better from John. His subconscious completely sucked this girl in. She regretted a million times that she had plunged into this disgusting world of blood. After that, John opened his eyes. It seemed that it was all just a dream. He found himself in the hospital room again. Everything was the same as before. History repeats itself again. His door opens and the mayor enters. She has been waiting for him to wake up for a long time. She said that I was worried about his health. Just yesterday, his family members were not leaving his side. He hasn't shown any signs of life for over a day, but now he's interested in the outcome of his meeting with Carol. Mary reported that they were both found unconscious. The same was true of Pinka and Kenneth. They were saved. Although they were on the verge of death, only Brian disappeared, and no one was able to find his exact location. Everyone wants to understand what happened to us, but even John can't explain it. Even someone with a national-level rank couldn't get close to the Predator's secret. It is unknown what this guy is keeping in his mind, but it really looks like some kind of demonic curse. Mary asked him to think about his health and recover to continue participating in the Asian-friendly tournament. At this moment, Charles entered the room. He was also worried about John and his health. He said that now they need immediate help from the Night Wanderers. They need to send a search party into the Abyss. It turned out that the new Korean team, including Pak, disappeared into the Abyss, and this is truly shocking news. John said he would go there alone, because if he created a search party, it would lead to even more casualties. They all disappeared into the depths of the Abyss, although they are true professionals with great experience. After analyzing the circumstances, we can understand that this is an unusual attack by monsters, but rather the intervention of a creature of national power. That's why John wants to go alone, although under these conditions, Charles can't let him go. At that moment, the door to the room opened and John's relatives came inside. They also can't believe that after being hospitalized, he immediately wants to risk his own life. His strength has not yet recovered. Just yesterday, they thought he would never open his eyes, so he needed to change his approach to life. Surprisingly, in the moments when he was not yet awakened, he was surrounded by those who insulted him, rather than worried about his health. Wherever he went, and whatever he encountered, he only heard mockery and insults in response. Now everything has changed, and it's hard for him to immediately get used to the new reality. He thanked his loved ones for their concern, but assured them that he had to go into the Abyss. Even though they recently became a team, they are his comrades, and he is the only one who can save them. He was raised as someone who shouldn't abandon his friends, so his family should understand his decision. Mary supported him. If he really made such a decision, then he should return home safe and sound. So now we are transported to the Abyss, where, as always, very eventful events take place. Professional hunters from New Korea have real problems. These guys would be better off sitting at home and watching the TV series The Office. Their rivals did not expect them to be so strong. Now it is clear why Korea is leading the competition. It is obvious that their main enemy is a Chinese hunter called the Bloody Sword. His name is Bard. The hide-and-seek games are over. He's ready to send these players to hell right now. He is willing to give them a chance at life if they become his slaves, meaning they must betray their country and comrades. Of course, legendary warriors like Puck would refuse such an offer. Pride turned out to be more precious than one's own life. It's courageous, but not very smart. It turned out that not all members of New Korea agreed with this answer. Stephen raised his hand and said that he agreed to Bard's terms. He understands that the only way to survive now is to betray his country. At first glance, it's clear that the Bard is a real monster, so there's no other way to stay alive. Moreover, he had already had to do this before, when he met the Saint. Right now, you know who was the spy on the Japanese side. This puzzle has completely come together. So he has betrayed his country before, and he is ready to do it again right now. Puck hugged his friend and realized that he was scared, so he asked Stephen not to worry. So he promised to risk his life and buy his friends some time so they could escape. Sandra believes that only cowards can run away. She is also ready for the final battle. It was hard for Stephen to watch his friends risk their lives for him. He started crying and said he would fight too. Thus, all three of them prepared for the last minutes of their lives. The Bard realized that these fools had made a bad choice, so there was no point in playing with them anymore. It was time to show them the difference in strength. Wrong ordered to avenge the other Chinese masters and make everything clear, and that is how the Bard will work. The players of the New Korea expected that it would not be easy for them, but they did not know that they would have to fight with real hellish evil. It turned out that up until this point, Bard had been showing mercy, and only now was he ready for a real battle. It seemed that everything was over. A cruel death awaited these hunters, far from their home. However, one should not rush to conclusions. The internal system notified the Bard that he was under the influence of a world without feelings. This can only mean one thing: John has arrived, and all of Korea's enemies are in serious trouble. Bard is familiar with the world without feelings. His friend Flash knows how to use this technique, but this friend is already dead. So there is no other option but to accept the fight with the guy who killed the Flash. The Bard was happy to see him in person. Revenge is the sweetest dish one can dream of. There is truly a hellish feud between these two, although each of them has their own motives.